You ain't got time for doing?
War battle, we coming full throttle. Sanctuary.
You do now. Where you going?
Time to show our metal. Coooley crew and DFC.
You ain't got time for doing?
Chosen few. Fire up the night.
Well, you better make
Thursday
time.
Night, that's what we do.
Caution thrown to the wind from this guy. And that's what these two guys are doing right here. Clicking and holding against one another and trying to whittle their opponent's life total down to 0. Jeep off doing it. Oh my God, huge comeback from 1. From Toshank, just keeping the pressure up and constant damage. Look at this. We got some more lates in to do, boys. Holy shit! Boys, welcome in. It's Thursday. Just want to pop into the Hall of Fame and say big thanks to everyone for coming in here. Some of y'all are in here early. Holy shit! Shit! Thank you for that. Thanks for the support. And speak of the devil, look at this guy. I want to give a special cheers to our boy Bruno. I see you over there on Twitch, brother. Let's fucking go, man. Big cheers, man. Did you see your name scrolling by, bro? I think we talked to Bill. We had to pay him a little bit extra forum gold, but point is, we got you up in there. Bruno, man, this guy's been killing it. This dude put together this track that allowed me to do a scene. First of all, he put together the intro to the DFC, right? So if y'all enjoyed that, that was courtesy of Bruno. And also, this guy helped me out with a track last night, a couple days ago, that is going to allow us to have a fucking epic scene. Hopefully without getting copyright struck. And damn, son, it is fucking savage. Maybe we'll take a peek at it, depending on how much time we have today. I might show it off, show that to some of y'all, so you can see Bruno's work. Man, it's savage. Certainly, we needed to carve his name in scrolling gold up there. That boy deserves it, man. Big cheers to that guy. Really appreciate it, man. Boys, we've got one hell of a card. I think it's about time we check it out. Let's get up in there. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. By the way, what's up, Maddie? Did Coooley win yet? What a hell of a guy. No, it's obviously going to happen, though, right? Damn. My God, thanks so much. Good to see you, Maddie. Good to see you, Nimrod. Holy shit. And look at this. The Jagger Swags has returned. Man, y'all might even be able to see it right up here in the title contention spot for Melee. Oh, that one's going to be rugged. I'm here to make a new fur coat. Let's fucking go, man. Oh, that's going to be so sick. By the way, what is this? Coach Jason coming in with the Prime on Twitch. What a savage, man. That is the current champ of the Melee division, who's going to be trying to make some big waves here tonight as he takes down a legend. If he takes down a legend, is what Jagger Swagger is trying to say. Dude, big cheers. Thank you so much, Coach Jason. Appreciate you parking the Prime over here, man. Hold the phone on that fur coat, he says. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Get ready, boys. This one's going to be rugged. Yeah, it's going to be a crazy, crazy fight, man. What up, Kyle, by the way? What up, Travix? What up, Smolps? Man, the crazy Fox himself is getting up on the card tonight, and I'm pumped about it, dude. This dude's been stacking up the wins, and it's so good to see, dude. So refreshing on that cold sort. Hell yeah, dude. It's gonna be nasty. But what's up, guys? Thanks for joining in here today, man. Look at this. Look at this at the top. We've got our boy Track Amp. I see you out there, Track Amp. He's going up against Polytheist tonight. This should be interesting. The last time these guys played with no new ROT dubs items, but Track Amp says, let's take the gloves off and let's fucking go. Whether or not Polytheist is open to this was up in the air. Will he take this challenge, or will he insist that these guys go back to the kid gloves, the big 18-ounce gloves, you know what I mean? I would love to see that one with absolutely no holds barred. I hope we get to see it. I think it's gonna be an epic bout regardless. But those two guys just making huge waves and taking down the entire division just about with these fire droids that they've got. And now it comes to a head once again. These guys, mirror match at the top of the HLD title spot. It's going to be fire, man. Literal fire. And a little bit of boulders. And a little bit of rocks. A little bit of fissures. You know, there's going to be a lot of shit. That's going to be crazy, man. But then this Coach Jason versus Jagger Swagger. God damn, I'm pumped about that one, man. That's probably going to be the most epic melee title defense that Coach Jason could ever possibly see. And I bet he's looking forward to it. I bet he's got some confidence in that Druid, and Jagger Swagger's got some confidence in that Din. I really don't know how that one's gonna go, but I'm gonna be here with wide eyes and popcorn, man, because that's gonna be straight fire too. A little bit of a visual glitch here. This isn't a title bout. We don't have an LLD title bout tonight. The champion, DD, got flown to LA, believe it or not. He had an interview for Time Magazine. They were talking to him about a 12-win LLD streak. Yeah, be on the lookout for that. Should sell right out of shelves in the stores, I'd imagine. But as these champions know, once you're up there, once you're up at the top, boys, there's a lot of publicity, a lot of shit, a lot of interviews you got to do. You get it. The point is, Bonkai and Travix. A little bit of a visual glitch here, but it should just be a regular HLD fight. These guys are going to be throwing down, and that's going to be epic, man. Bonkai could be on a Druid or a Necro. Who knows? Travix coming in on that Necro, dude. I think that class underrated right now in HLD. I think it's really the only one that has the ability to take down these Shaman Druids that just are dominating the top of the charts these days. It's an interesting time to be alive. And then look at this. Speaking of savages in the HLD division, Coach Jason. This guy looking to get it in against a Sin on a Din with a grin, man. That's how he's going to do it. This guy throwing down against Skybound, welcoming him to the HLD division in DFC. Should be an epic bout. And look at this rising star. Him Papa Weed on the Barb or Druid going up against Dr. Doom, the scary, scary Sin player. Does he have what it takes? We're going to find out, man. That one should be a really epic bout. Then, Jit's going to be taking on Kyle. Damn, son. Kyle, go easy on these Dins, all right? We wouldn't, if you beat a Din out there, we wouldn't want to have to investigate the footage for potential hacks. Go easy on those Dins, all right? Regardless, that one should be sick, man. Really looking forward to it. Jit's always on those charging variants. He's going to have to catch Kyle, and Kyle is a vicious cold sorceress, man. As y'all might know, we got a special place in our hearts for the Dins around here, right? And speaking of which, look at this Javito guy. Absolute legendary player on so many classes, but he is back on the class that made him famous, the Din. He's going up against Will, a long-awaited matchup between this guy. Will could be on the Sin or a Din tonight. Something tells me if he's going up against Javito, he's probably going to go back to his roots. He's going to go back to the one character he knows he's really good on. He might have experimented on that Din, but the big question mark, is he on the level of Javito? That is a tough gamble to take in a competitive duel like this. So I would bet that's going to be Sin v Din, but I'd be surprised to see the opposite. Either way, gonna be epic, man. Who knows how that one's gonna go. Then we've got, look at this guy, Jin Shin versus Lol Rages. The epic top tier Zon player of old meets the top tier Zon player of new. Lol Rages. This guy's been tearing it up in LLD, and he's got the skills for HLD too. That one's going to be a back and forth, an epic ZVZ matchup in the Bloodmore. Can't wait to see that one. Then we've got Julvan versus Dullhouse. Barb v Sin in an FPK throwdown. Both savages on their class. That's going to be wild. We've got Nice One versus Lin. DFC newcomer on that Warlock. He's looking to get it in, and Nice One is looking to put a stop to that Warlock hype train. Either way, should be fun. This guy's not Warlock v Warlock here, so he's going to be on a fair Warlock. Now, fair in air quotes there. There's a lot of devastating spells that these things have, but hey, I mean, they got to have something, right? Or else nobody's going to play them. Right now, they got Miasma Chains, which can be spammed all across the Bloodmore. There's no cooldown on those anymore, so those can get pretty vicious. Let's see how vicious they are against Nice One on this Sin, who can keep the distance and can lay those traps and force Lin to come at him. Really can't wait to see how that one goes. Can't wait to see what Lin brings to the table for the Warlock. That one's going to be epic. Then we've got Random Tool Guy versus Nimrod. This one is technically a death match. If Nimrod goes in on the Smiter, on any sort of Smiter variant, then it'll be that Random Tool Guy only needs 2 wins. However, if Nimrod goes on any other din, then it's just a regular duel. But either way, I wouldn't take this Random Tool Guy. I wouldn't take him to be no nub, to be no newbie over there, because this guy has shown and proved that he is absolute savage on the Zon out there in the Bloodmore. So should be a pretty crazy one to see, man. Then we've got Riz. Din or Sin player, you never know what he's going to be on. And look at this absolute legend that he's going up against. Toshank on the Din. I didn't even look. I didn't even look if Toshank's going to be on H-Din or if he's going to be on Smiter. It don't matter. This one is going to be fucking fire, man. I wouldn't be surprised if Riz comes in there on a Din and makes it Din v Din. Because it is hard to take Toshank down no matter what he's on. But this bout is going to be epic. Can't wait to see it, man. That's just going to be back and forth fireworks from 2 legends, man. Gonna be wild. Then, of course, speaking of legends, Serenity versus Baloney Pony. Din v Warlock. Ooh. This one is scary. Actually, really odds heavily stacked against Serenity here. However, he's pulled it off before. The question is, with all of Baloney Pony's learnings on the lock, his adjustments, the new patch, what will come of this matchup now? Will Serenity win it again? Or has Baloney Pony solidified a defense against the best Din player to ever step into the DFC? Then we've got Squigs versus Siri. Again, 2 savage legends. Siri, absolute highly ranked legend on the Sin PK champion, going up against a previous DFC champion in Squigs. That one's going to be nuts. Don't know what Squigs is bringing to the table. Could be a Necro or a Sin. Either way, it's going to be wild. If he takes a Sin and beats Siri, Sin v Sin, that is a huge statement for Squigs' Sin play, right? But if he takes him down on a neck, well, that also is, because Siri is one hell of an aggressive player who really knows what to do. Squigs, though, that Necro class is certainly the one that made him famous, and I think against an opponent like Siri, he's probably going to go back to those Necro roots, and I wouldn't blame him. Then we've got Max over here on the Warlock, extending all the offers to any brave souls out there willing to challenge him in Warlock v Warlock. This guy can't be beat. All of his competition have retired, have literally hung up their boots, have given up everything, have quit D2, have quit D4. They quit PoE, all from getting smashed so hard by this guy right here. Max just smashing everybody in Lock v Lock, and now he's extending that offer to anyone out there brave enough to take on the Warlock champion. The stage is yours. Then we've got Lol Rages and LLD versus Smolps. That is actually going to be a savage one for Smolps. Very, very tough. I think one of his toughest opponents to date. So he's gonna have to strap on that max block, get in there, make those shots count. But most importantly, he's got to be quick, because Lol Rages is going to name block him. He's going to piece him up with those arrows, and it's going to be fucking tough, man. But that being said, I think it's possible. It is definitely possible. It's going to be a wild one, though. And then Nimrod and LLD on that din going up against AF50 with all of his tricks. Barb or Sin, Nim don't care. He is ready to shut down that AF50 hype train. So many have been felled by this Barb Sin player. He is a phenom. But Nim is the king on the din. So who will come out on top in this epic LLD battle? We're going to find out. And then look at this. Smolps in the melee division also versus AF50. Rising Star on the din. Smolps, previous DFC champion on the Druid. That one is going to be fireworks. A win for AF50 could mean everything. And a win for Smolps could shut down that big hype train of AF50. How's it going to go? We're going to have to find out here tonight, boys, in this absolute uncensored night of digital violence. Thanks for joining me, boys. It's time. Get in those shitting pants, strap on those softy belts, and let's fucking get it. Damn, son. All right, let's get up in here. We gotta, I gotta fire this thing up here too. I'm gonna get a little queue going. I don't actually see anybody in the Discord. So you know what we could do? We sort of teased this, and I don't really know of any other good time to do it, right? We could take a look at the crazy work of Bruno. Y'all want to see what this guy was able to do? Was able to help me put together here so that we actually can make a fucking savage scene. In the spirit of the old Akadaka, if you know what I mean. Let's fucking do it. I say we check it out, man. Let's pull up... Bill, pull up the old editing software. Let's get up in there. Let's do this. Holy shit, boys. All right, look. This is just a work in progress right here, right? But I want to show you this scene. It's not complete, right? Definitely not complete. But you have got to see this. Bruno put together some crazy shit here, man. And this is just wild. You can kind of hear the narration. You kind of get a little bit of an idea about what the scene is about, right? But check this out. The music that you hear is going to be 99% Bruno with a little bit of Coooley spice in there. But this shit's crazy. Let's hit him with it, Bill.
But was it enough to defeat the most threatening foe in the challenge?
Oh shit.
We'd already made it further than anyone else. No matter what, this pack had nothing more to prove. We were still gonna give it our all as we tried to take down the devil himself.
Oh shit, boys!
Not even death can save you from me.
Yo, you see that? You know what that's inspired by. Fucking wild, right? I'm gonna put both headphones on, man. We cranking this. Shit. Right?
I wanna take your business while it's spinning your life. I got my feelings gonna take you to hell. I'm gonna get you, see, get down, those bells.
What?
You got me ringing those bells.
I don't want to spoil it for you guys, but that is fucking nuts, man. Holy shit, Bruno's a legend. What a fucking legend, man. Let's jam. Absolute savage, man. That was fucking wild. Yeah. We wanted the spirit of Hell's Bells there. without getting copyright struck with using a little bit of vocal samples, you know? And holy shit, he nailed it, man. That shit was wild. Yeah. Instant carving onto the Hall of Fame. We got Bill up in there. We jammed it. Yeah, it was wild. I couldn't believe it, man. I couldn't believe it. It's just so perfect. As I was putting the scene together, I was like, I always think of like the click track as I'm putting scenes together. And I was like, there's literally only one song that is going to bring out the feeling that I want from this scene. But I was like, I can't use it. But I was like, started looking for other tracks. I was like, maybe I could use some strategic samples, you know, like just short. I was like, I could try to remake this, but that takes forever. I was like, all right, just hit up Bruno. See what Bruno's up to. And man, he did it. By the way, what's up, Primo? Dude, good to see you, man. By the way, just seeing all these other messages too. You know, some say cucumbers taste better pickled. Bro, that's a genius idea. That's $1 million idea. I think we do it. Bruno's in charge. Fuck Bill. AFK. Have a good stream, bud. Appreciate you, man. Big cheers to you, Primo. Appreciate you, dude. Huge. Yeah, that was fire, man. But all right. If this is your first time in the DFC, you're wondering what the hell to do. Oh my God. Well, first of all, you got to tip one back to Ruby Fig. He says, yo, Coooley with the 17 months of Prime. I see you, bro. I see you. Absolute legend. Well, you're going to see some other legends, much like Ruby Fig, up in here. And we're going to be jamming. You might see now that you have that DFC Dueler tag that you joined up, and you can pop into this DFC Dueler channel and see all the shit talking. You can see Nimrod with his new Magic Thunder. Holy shit. But then you'll also see this little channel right here. Join the stream, right? Once you and your opponent are in a game ready to throw down, just pop in to this channel right here and share your screen. That lets me know you're ready to go, ready to throw down, and we can jam it. It looks like Law Ragens and Smolps are ready to go for LLD. I'm going to check in with Nimrod first because there's a chance that he's up in there with Random Tool Guy, who is from overseas here. He might be trying to get that duel in early. So let's check in with that, and then we've got Law Rages. I'm going to throw you guys in the queue versus Smolps, and that one's going to be fire. I see Travix up in here. That one's going to be sick. Travix v Bonkai. Damn, man. Damn, son. Holy shit. All right, let's pop in. Let's check out with Nimrod here. Let's see how this is going. Let me get my thing set up. Oh, Nimrod's staring off into the fire here. You know what that means. Ominously waiting for his next opponent. You know what that means. His opponent better have them shitting pants on. Let's friggin'... Alright, let's set it up right now. Alright. Nim is waiting for his opponent here. So you know what that means. We're gonna pop into Law Rages versus Smolps in the LLD, low-level dueling division. This is a level 30 duel. These guys have different items, different skills, I guess you could say, at their disposal, or that they use rather than the higher level duelers. It is a interestingly restrictive way to duel, and certainly one that is closest to my heart. These guys going to be throwing down in the Bloodmore. Level 30. This one's gonna be tough for Smolps. Not gonna lie. This one is gonna be really hard. This is a tough opponent. He is gonna, oh, look at this. He's going from the outside, looking for these shots from way on the outside. That could be an interesting play. I kind of like that. But it could be risky too. It could be risky. He's gonna set up some Hydras. Oh, and look at that. He nailed some shots here. He's setting up Hydras to try to get Law Rages to walk a little bit. But the more he stays on the outside, you would figure that it would favor Law Rages. But so far, Smolps is getting some shots in here. He is really staying on the outside here, which tells me two things. That's either a big part of the strategy or he could be low. And I think it's a big part of the strategy.
I think he doesn't want to get name locked. He's going to come in and he's going to take some shots. And if he senses that he's name locked, he's going to get out. He's going to break it. And so far, I really like this approach. Nice shots here from Lol Rages. Even from off the screen, you can see him kind of predicting where Smolps is going to be. And that's really good. If you're on a Sork here, and look at this dodge, avoid, evade, you might be seeing some of these clean fireballs, like absolute dead-on aim, and they're not doing any damage. And you're like, what the hell? Why? Well, that is that dodge, avoid, evade of the Amazon. Oh my god, man, it is tough. That was actually a really good duel. Smolps got him to half-life there, but he's gonna have to do better than that. Lol Rages, looking clean. His aim was on point. But this is a puzzle. I really like that strategy that Smolps came in with there. Really minimized the time that he had arrows flying at him and was actually able to deliver some damage. I wonder if we're going to see some more of those Hydras. Who knows how that's going to go? If they're going to do any damage, if they or if they're just meant to sort of chase off Lol Rages. Looks like he's really setting up these fireballs, though, and landing some big shots. You can see from these arrows, though, these trades, as Lol Rages forces Smolps to get in there and aim, these guided arrows will do all the aiming for Lol Rages. And just like that, one of them cuts right through. Those are the exchanges. You can see Lol Rages just walking down, making himself a constantly moving target, which gets really hard for Smolps to lock onto and to land some fireballs against. Yeah, Lol Rage is absolutely brutal, dude. I think this guy's one of the scariest low-level duelers in the entire division right now. He's certainly going to be that guy that between him and DD, I think that title might get passed back and forth, but also he's like this guy's like the new Murder SC, like always knocking on the door, everybody's tough matchup. And you know, certainly one that just flatlines people you wouldn't even expect. This guy is extremely brutal. All good if Tool Guy is ready. Oh hell yeah, man. Yep. Yep, just seeing that. I'm a little late on that. Reading is hard. Reading hard. Yep. But now you can see, look at this. Every time Smolps comes in, look at how many arrows are just waiting for him here. We don't see many of these Hydras. I'm not sure the actual amount of damage that they're going to do. But right now, Smolps probably doesn't have to use them a lot because his opponent is always moving anyway, right? It's going to be hard to hit him with those Hydras if he's just constantly moving anyway. But I do like this strategy. You notice Smolps coming in here, getting extremely close. He gets extremely close, basically tele-stomps his opponent. He's basically tele-stomping, shooting a fireball, and then getting out immediately. That is an incredible strategy. Incredible strat here. This is his best round yet. This is Smolps' best round yet. He's landed some big shots here, and now Lol Rage is at under 600 life. Smolps still has a lot of work to do here. Nice shot again. Smolps might be backing off to regen some of that mana, but he's going to be careful with that inside out against an arrow shooter over here. Oh, and Smolps is very low as he lands another fireball. Now Lol Rage is trying to conserve his mana. Lol Rage is trying to conserve a little bit here. As he looks like, oh my god, Smolps landed another one. Oh my god, what a close round there. That was Smolps' best performance so far in this duel. That strategy right there, he might have just figured it out. Honestly, I didn't know the right strategy to come into this with, but Smolps might have figured it out. Going in and out like that, basically tele-stomping to sort of beat that bow before he can switch to the jabs, and then just gets out, right? He tele-stomps, throws one, maybe two fireballs, and gets way the fuck out of there. That's a really smart play, because that right there makes it so that all those arrows from the outside are still chasing Smolps in as he gets in there and just rolls the dice against that dodge, avoid, evade. And if he gets it, he gets it. If he doesn't, he's out of there before he gets peppered with arrows. Very, very smart play there. I really like that. It's now 3-0 though in favor of Wall Rages. So if Smolps is going to get this, he's going to have to take that strategy to the bank right there. Nice shot right out the gate. And another one. In and out with those stomps. I love this. I love this. This is exactly what Smolps needs. Needs to get way in and out. Lol Rages keeping those arrows flying. Nice shots again by Smolps. Wisely, he misses there, but he doesn't double down and get too brave, sitting real close range like that. That was very smart as he lands another one. So far, Smolps is winning this battle. But now, look at this. Lol Rages' switch is playing up. Now he's going for that name lock. Now he's really trying to lock on here and stop with all this fancy footwork. Nice shots again from Smolps. In and out. He might have figured it out here. Sorceresses are the only character in level 30 duels that have that natural teleport. Other characters have to use a staff, or you got to be proficient enough without it. Have some sort of ranged attack, like this Amazon with the bow. Able to address characters far from the outside here. And look at that, Lol Rages ties it up with a big crit hit. Great shots here from Smolps. In and out. That was amazing. And another one. Amazing shots there from Smolps as he gets on the board. Wow, what an impressive round. He pulled it off. He literally figured out this duel. He figured out his best strategy in those first 3 rounds, and now he's on it. That was incredible. I honestly thought this would be a shutout. It felt bad even seeing this on the card. But you can never underestimate Smolps. This guy, I remember that time I underestimated his Hydras, and then I got memed on in his short. And this boy is right, man. This guy figures it out. Holy shit, what a savage. Let's see if we can check this out from Smolps' point of view. This guy playing on controller. A little bit of a different approach here. Different input system for this guy. But now you can see it from his end and how this is looking. As he outruns these arrows. I really like the fact that he's kind of staying within this annoying distance. Oh, nice shots again. Where he can see these arrows. He's not too far out where he can't see the arrows and they go invisible. But he's keeping track of them is what he's doing. Staying in front of him with some nice shots here. Another shot, but that time he takes an arrow for his troubles. Wisely gets out, does not want that engagement with Lol Rages. Lands some more shots, playing it very nice here. This is an incredible strategy. This is definitely his best shot. That was an incredible shot there as well. That one was free, gets in there. That time he paid for it. Uh-oh, Lol Rages has the lock. When he's staying in that one position and you see all of those arrows flying, usually when a player is staying still, they have you locked, right? So that's something where you gotta telly out and break though. You gotta break that lock, especially in this position. That's a really bad spot for Smolps, and there it is, man. Great duel. Those last 3 rounds were actually incredible and looked very winnable for Smolps. That was surprising. That was a surprisingly good performance. When I thought this matchup was going to be really bad and unwinnable here. But holy shit. While he didn't win it, that looked real good. That was incredible, man. Great duel. Let's take a look at this gear here. These guys showing off this level 30 gear. And now you'll get to see what's up under the hood of these absolute savage level 30 duelers. It's some rare gear that some people might not even look to pick up, right? What is this? Oh my god, look at that. Look at what Lol Rages had on the swap. He had a Nasher on the swap for open wounds, crushing blow, and he put a Neph rune in it for knockback. What the fuck? This is what I mean. This guy is a savage in LLD. This guy's got all the tricks. And if y'all are familiar with what happens when you shoot a ranged weapon like a bow or, you know, throw a javelin, if you swap to your offhand weapon, every ability that's on those offhand weapons will apply. So that knockback, that open wounds, that crushing blow, all of those things from the Nasher will apply to the guided arrows that Lol Rages shot. That was interesting. Tricky little trick right there. That was some top tier shit. I gotta say, I love that. Knockback and everything on that weapon. That was wild. Great duel there. Some nice secrets. Yeah, he says those arrows. Good duel, Smolps. That was so savage, brother. That was such an epic showdown, dude. Yeah. Let's pop in. I see Nimrod standing here by the fire still. This guy waiting for his opponent to make one wrong move, and that is step up against him in the Bloodmore. Yeah, tough. Figured it out in round 3. We saw that. We saw it live, man. We saw it live. That was so nuts. We was rooting for you, man, because let me tell you, that Lol Rages, he is ridiculous. He is such a good dueler, man. He is a wall in the way of the progress to anyone climbing the LLD ladder. Yeah, that was level 30 is what those guys were dueling at. Yeah, that was an incredible strategy. Loved that, and that was where Controller really got to shine there. We saw that strategy where Smolps was going in, he was undercutting, and just had that immediate, like, the Controller auto aim was so good there. Like, that was, I think that was one of the first times where I saw a very clear advantage from playing on that controller. You could just get in there, shoot, and get out, right? Like, there was no it made it easy, made it quick. I'm like, that's nuts. That was so good. Random Tool Guy is rolling a map right now, says Nim. Oh man. Yep. Might be a few mins. No worries. He's looking, he is rolling a map. He's getting ready to go. And we're getting ready for the violence. Look at this. Look at that dagger on Nim right there. That tells me he might be on a Hammered In. That might be a Void. That might be a Void rune word right there. We might have ourselves a real duel. Might have ourselves a real duel with a real din here. Yeah, and that concentration aura, also a pretty good indicator of what's going on here. That's going to be a sick one. So that one is just minutes away from an absolute wild showdown between Random Tool Guy and Nimrod. Let's check in with XD Travix, the man, the myth. He said he was waiting on Bonkai. He might still be waiting on Bonkai, but look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at that helm. You know what helm that is. You know what helm that is right there. All of these magic-based characters, let me tell you, something real good. Something real good got given to him in that patch. Yeah, there it is, man. That Hell Wardens, that shit, whoops, that shit is where it's at as he shows off this gear here. That Geed's Wager belt, those sling rings. Apparently that sling ring is like pretty wild, man. Apparently it's really expensive. But look at that budget inventory. Look at that budget inventory. Actually love it. As you guys know, it really is all about skill in PvP. The items only go so far. You need the violence to back them up. That's what it is. But that one, Bonkai versus Travix, that one's going to be wild. This is going to be a day, man. This is going to be a day. All right. Well, let's get ready. These guys, we are moments away from seeing Nimrod versus Random Tool Guy. An epic throwdown battle. Din v Zan. Hammered In v Zan. That one's going to be nuts. Damn, son. And again, if this is your first time in the DFC, don't forget, pop in there in that join the stream channel. Once you're in a game with your opponent, once you're ready to throw down, that's all you do. Pop in there, share your screen, let us know, man. Violencia for days. We also got, I believe Law Rages has multiple duels up in here. So I'm going to put him back in the queue here. Law Rages is also dueling on the Zan. Zan v Zan against Jinshin. I believe probably a little later on in HLD. That one's going to be nuts. That's just going to be, it's going to be wild. Oh, look at this. That was that Hydra damage. Wasn't much. That was 5 Hydras right there, but... wild shit. Man, what a day, boys. I'd love to duel more than once. You know what? This is, speaking of which, we didn't mention this today, but this is definitely an option that people have. Let's get in there and check it out. All right, so, you know, you might be wondering, you're like, wow, holy cow, what can I do? I want to get in here and be violent, and I didn't sign up for the DFC. What can I do? Well, look at this. Not only do we have people up here in the Join the Stream channel, but we also have the Join the Team channels down here. Look at that. Hold on, let me zoom right in. Let me obnoxiously zoom right in. Look at this. You see these team channels. You can pop in there if you want to get it on a team, whether it's HLD, whether it's LLD, even Melee, all right? You don't have to be in there for teams, but it helps. Lets people know you're ready to jam, ready to slam, ready to Alabama. And then that will allow you to get into a team duel, whether it's 2v2s, 4v4s, right? And if any of y'all are streaming it, we can pop in and check out the team duel, right? That's always the thing you can do. And you don't even need to be signed up for the old DFC for that, man. You can just pop right in there, get one going if you're so inclined. That being said, I say we get up in there. I ain't played this Din in a while. Anybody who needs warm-ups against a Din, well, I know you might have heard of Serenity, all right? You might have heard of Jesus. But this is the top Din. I'm in GMPKX. We could throw down while we wait here. Now look, if you can beat this Din, you can beat any Din. That is proven fact. Because this is the top Din. I don't usually show these skills off for free. We usually charge for this level of entertainment. But today, this is on the house. Poison Charm? Yeah, sure. Let's do it. A Necromancer? Well, now. Alright.
Possible.
Alright. Alright. Let me see what we can do here.
I can't.
Can I take these off? Is there a command to take these off? Hold up.
Impossible. I can't.
Well. We're just gonna junk them. I hate taking them out of the belt. I hate taking them out of the belt that way. We've got Niraj up in here. Let's do it. He's just gonna be part of the duel. Don't mind him. Don't mind Niraj. Don't mind Niraj. He wants to have some fun too. He's just trying to have some fun. All skill. All skill. Usually we charge. Usually we charge for that. But that right there.
What can I do?
You might, some people would look at that and they'd be like, that was just a random ham. No. No, that right there is called skill. Okay. Two hams KO everyone with the new gear. Yeah, I gotta say, 17k hams feels pretty good. And then we have a little bit of minus res here as well. I don't have any slings. I gotta get more sling rings. Apparently they're really expensive. Yeah, 17k with the new void, bro. That's this void rune word, let me tell you. It's crazy. Yeah, the hams speak for themselves. That's what it is. Slick Knight knows what's up. 19k with a Sunder? Oh, that's right. I could get a Sunder up in there, too. I probably wouldn't want a Sunder versus Necro, though. Yeah, they're pretty good. They also up the damage on a Necro, on a Bone Necro, quite a bit as well. They're pretty wild. They are indeed pretty wild. Alright, see if we can get real creative up in here.
Not here.
Oh, we got Clay Golemed here. BM. They call that skill, boys. They call that skill and savagery.
Greetings.
Playing a little bit pingy over here, too. Feels a little pingy. Holy shit, 47 ping. Holy shit. Yeah, should be 0. You know, should be 0 ping. Not everybody can be Canadian, but we can dream. Yeah, 47 is fine. I figured your ping was probably higher because every time I get close, I start lagging a bit. I'm like, he's probably on higher ping. One of us is on higher ping. I'd check mine. It looked fine.
I am overboard.
Those spears, that's what he needs to be chucking. Yeah, you see that right there was obviously, we all had full mana pots there, obviously. And what I was doing is I was scaring him. I was getting up in there, threatening that groin kick, right? So I got in there, threatening the groin kick, and just got in there with that smite, and then you saw that top tier Din combo right there. That's what it was. Obviously, I mean, that's just what real duels come down to, is grown men running around the moor. Because you get to the point in the duel, you decide you don't need teleport. Yep, we obviously had full mana pots there. Nothing wrong with that duel. Yeah, hell yeah, man. Pop on in here, man. While we're waiting for some duels here, keep me posted, by the way, if people show up. Oh, I also see who have we got up in here, man. Who have we got up in here? I see Random Tool Guy might be jamming. Oh, shit. This is huge. Let's see if we can pop over here real quick to Nimrod versus Random Tool Guy. This one might be ready to go. This one might be ready to go here. Let's jam it. Damn, son, it looks like it is. And this is going to be H-Din v Zan as these guys get this map ready to go, getting some pools out in here. They're ready to throw down, and I'm here for it, man. Nim was obviously, if you guys want to know what Nim was up to in the last 5-10 minutes or so, he was watching that top tier Din play right there, and he was taking some notes on the Hammer Din. He was taking some notes, especially at that point where he started walking up and trying to smite. New skill unlocked. New skill. So now Nim is ready.
Not in town.
Greetings.
Heck, a bit rusty, I think. Hey, man. That's all right. I'm a bit rusty on the Din too, man. It's all right. All right, Bill, we've got that Bloodmore Mew sack. Let's jam it. Oh shit, man. Here we go. Here we go. Nimrod on the Din versus Lol Rages on the Zon. Now, Nim is going to be on a Hammer Din. So that's an interesting one. That's a I think a very tough matchup for a Zon. However, with all the new items, you never know. It doesn't look like Nim is wearing many of them. I don't see a sling ring. I see a Sunder. I do see a Sunder. Okay, look at that. He's got himself a Sunder there. That's very interesting. I was going to say, with all these new items, one of the cool things is, yeah, he flashed this in the DFC chat earlier. He says it's shit. I don't know. Actually, wait, those go up to 15 magic damage, don't they? Yeah, that's right. He's right. It's shit. Either way, still not bad. One of the coolest things about all of these new magic items, right? It kind of sucks because they push the Warlock way into outer space and make it unbeatable. But there's other classes, right, that weren't really good in PvP, or certainly weren't S tier in PvP, such as the Hammer Din, that make them really scary, right? You can do a lot of damage with these now. Now, granted, there's some counters, right? You have the new boots as a counter, but it's really cool to see your hams do absolute shit tons of damage. Because they're so awkward and hard to land, especially in this matchup versus the Zan. Man, it's really hard. As you'll see here, as Nimrod approaches, he's going to be trying to get in here, land these smites, land these hams, and while Random Tool Guy, oh man, he might have landed one already. All while Random Tool Guy is going to be fishing for shots with from the outside, just like this. He's going to be looking to connect with everything from multi-shot to guidance. Look at that. Nice hams here from Nimrod. Very aggressive. He has to reset here, though. He has to, yeah, I was going to say, he's got to keep that Oak Sage up, because that is the way right there. Another good one is if you get in there and just fucking smite, even with the Void, if you get in there and just throw some smites on a Zon, it actually does some damage, and it's kind of a nuisance. It's a big nuisance. Not only does it set up the combo with the swirlies, but it just does vicious damage. Like, he might have landed another one there. I heard the Amazon get hit sound Holy shit, what a duel. Big shot there, though, for Random Tool Guy. As Nim goes to cleanse off that poison. He ain't trying to take any more damage than he needs to. All right, now he's just waiting for one of these targets to move so he knows which is the right one. Oh my god, what a catch there from Nim! And down goes Random Tool Guy. Nim on the board. 1-0 so far. Absolute savage round right there. That was crazy. This is a tough bout for a Hammered In. Holy shit. Yeah, that is a void rune word right there. New rune word. Nim's got himself a void. He's got himself a sunder. He's buffing up that hammer damage as much as he can. That was crazy. What a good round. Yeah, he got like 3 crazy hits in there. It's really hard to land hammers on a Zon. They have the perfect strategy against Hammered-Ins. Walk down, shoot a guided, right? That's the big thing, and it's really hard to land a hammer through that and through dodge, avoid, evade, all of that, right? And it looks like he has fortitude on too, which is why he's not teleporting away, right? So all of these arrows are going to be vicious. They are going to be ridiculous when they hit. As you saw, one of those hit Nim and just about half-lifed him. Damn, son. All right, here we go. Nim bringing it in. This is going to be an FT4 match right here because Nim has chosen the Hammered In. Here we go. 1-0 for Nim. As he gets going in this second round. But has Random Tool Guy caught on to his cadence? Oh, man! Nim lands another hammer early on, and he might have landed 2. He might have landed 2 there. I really like this strategy of whenever he gets hit, he's getting hit by that poison, he's going and cleansing it off. He doesn't know exactly how much he has, but he knows it could be upwards of 500 if he's using multi-shot here. And he certainly doesn't need to take that. Another one! Nim could finish with Smite here. Holy shit, man. Nim is landing on command with his Hammered In. That is very hard to do. As he goes, resets, cleanses off the poison. Oh, takes some arrows. Oh, man. Lol rages. I'm sorry. Random Tool Guy brings it back here. That was incredible. Now 1-1. Nim says he got stuck there. Yeah, he's getting a lot of failed tellies. That's going to happen because it appears as though, just looking at Nim's ping here, he's at about, he's bouncing up around 100 ping, which tells me these guys might have joined... He might have had the Zon player make a game on or on America, and then Nim joined it, which is technically the fairest for ping.
Not here.
Yeah, he's EU on US. That's what I thought. So he made the game on US. Yep, trying to figure out how that's going. And it looks like that's what happened. So he joined from EU, made the game on US to kind of give like this evened out ping between both players, which certainly I think favors the Zon a little bit. So this is big. This is going to be a tough one here for Nim, but being under 100 ping here in most of these exchanges makes it very doable. He is getting a little bit of failed tellies though, and he is noticing it. Incredible stomp there from Nim, but he catches some big arrows for his troubles. That's what he is, O'Terry's. Oh my god, nice stomp there from Nim. And another one, dodged, avoided, evaded. Man, that is just the biggest defense, the most OP defense. Dodge, avoid, evade. Holy shit. Nim cleansing off that poison. Very nice undercut there, and another one. But the RNG gods are in favor here of Random Tool Guy as he dodges literally every hammer thrown his way. Now, even though Nim isn't on a smiter, he can still smite, right? The big difference here is that if you're on a smiter build, you've kind of committed. You're a VT, right? Like you've maxed out Holy Shield, maxed out Smite. You've got a maxed out Fanaticism. That defines a smiter build, right? But if you're on literally anything else, you're not a smiter. You can still use Smite, right? Which is, I think in this case, a very good thing to do, especially if you land a ham. This is usually how I fight Zons on a Hammered In. If I land one ham, you're getting smited for the rest of the fucking match, right? Like, you're getting smited until you die. Just because it's so hard to land hammers in the first place, but it does set you up pretty good to finish with these weaker smites, right? You're not a smiter, you're not going to do big smite damage, but you might do a few hundred every time you hit, you know, and it certainly, even if they start trying to outmaneuver you, they've got swirls now, right? It sets up the combo, you FOH, stomp them, hammer again. Oh yeah, it looks like he is on quick cast. Good observation. Nim on quick cast here. I was wondering why we couldn't see that cursor. He's on quick cast. Ooh, man, nice stomp there again from Nim. But yeah, I think that will make Telly smiting a little harder. Nim's trying these nasty undercuts, but the thing is, it's so unforgiving versus the Zon, because if you miss even slightly, it's really hard to reset, and the Zon is going to walk in the perfect direction and just get right out of the way, as Random Tool Guy is doing here. By the way, Silent Balloon, my guy, good to see you, man.
Silent Balloon became a member.
Holy shit, what a savage, man. Good to see you, brother. Thank you so much for the Legend tier membership. Big cheers to this guy. Holy shit. And speaking of good to see you, what up, Wicked One Ball? Good to see you, brother. Oh, it's a Discord setting? Oh, okay. All right. That's what it is. I was wondering. I thought it was weird. It is a Discord setting. Interesting. Yeah, so you can make it so you don't capture the cursor. That's cool. Cool, but also we can't see where they're aiming, right? We can't see where they're aiming at. Yeah, it's also one in OBS. I can make it so it doesn't capture my cursor when I do that. But sometimes you just want to see it, you know? By the way, Shirley Serious, big cheers to you, brother. Good to see you. Sub-Zero with the 10 stream streak. Bro, right back at you, man. Big cheers to you, Sub. Where the fuck are the rest of the road? We took him down. There's too much shit. There's too much shit. And by the way, what is this? Sub-Zero with the 500 bits? What? Big cheers, man. That is wild. Super generous. Huge, man. Yeah, Nim is having some trouble telling here, you can tell. That ping is really cranking up as he approaches Random Tool Guy. Oh, man, nice hits there again. And he's keeping that pressure on. Nim not going in for those smites, and boom, eats a ton of arrows there. He did get stuck in a, yeah, he did get stuck trying to teleport away there. You could tell. He was just getting some mad pings there. That was too bad. That was too bad. We could feel it. We feel for them Dins. Don't worry, Nim. We're going to be investigating Random Tool Guy. We're going to be investigating this guy, making sure he wasn't hacking. All right, checking those tapes. Looking for anything suspicious. Yep, we'll get him right out of here. Anything suspicious. Me, yes, I casually run 125 to 160 on West, right? Oh no, 94 pick. Well, it is kind of rough. Well, he's got an EU player that came over to US and made a game on US. So, you know how that goes. It evens out the ping a little bit, kind of makes it fair for everyone. But I think in this matchup, it kind of favors the Zon. The Zon really doesn't need great ping, because as long as you're just constantly moving, It's pretty hard. What the fuck was that? He was on Wind Force. Bro, did you see that? Random Tool Guy was on Wind Force. And he was on the new belt for faster run walk, for faster cast, faster hit recovery. Bro was on Wind Force, man. That is wild. Wind Force, he didn't even have Fort. He had a 160-60 armor. Holy shit, dude. I think this is the first time we've seen Wind Force in PvP, and he's using that new jewel. Look at that, 600 damage on Wind Force. And it isn't like he's hurting for gear. It isn't like he can't afford a fort. Look at this. He's got a 160-60, 100 life base armor with a decked out 230-20 helm, 2 socket. Holy shit, man. That is a conscious choice to put that new jewel in a Wind Force for absolutely epic damage there. Yeah, dirty ring, dirty bow right there. Holy shit, I gotta say. Wow, man. That was crazy. GG's, man. GG's. What a savage. This random tool guy. Someone's got to put a stop to him. Someone's got to put a stop to this Zan player, man. Holy shit. All right, here we go. We're back in this game here. While we wait for some people to pop up into the queue, we're in GMPK password X. All right, and like I said, we usually we charge a lot of money, like OnlyFans style money, to see this level of top dinnery. But today, it's free, man. It's free. Today we giving it away as a little bit of sampling. Hey, who's this Shirley Serious guy talking shit in the chat? Who's that? Who is that guy? Somebody, one of the mods, ban him. I don't know how he got in here. What was that, Shirley? That's some top dinnery right there. That's some top dinnery right there. Oh, look who it is. Bros, this is the random tool guy himself. Yo! Alright, alright. It's time to get some revenge. This guy was just up in there picking on some dins. Alright. DR, I say LOL. We don't need no DR. This is what we need, though. We need to get us some... I guess that's good enough. I was gonna say, I need some gores so that I can smite, but I don't know what I did with mine. Probably put him on some other character. We could also bone prison him and life tap him. That also seems fair. Yep, he can't get out of that bone prison. Yo, what up, Bonkai? Good to see you, man. Alright, we're gonna try to get some revenge for our boy Nim up in here. We ain't got no DR, but we don't need DR. We just need to be top, we need top dinnery is what we need. Just need some top dinnery. Oh, lag. Oh, I was lagging. Did you guys see that? That was such lag. Oh man, my ping must have been like 500. Shit. Oh shit, that was a massive lag, but yeah, you saw that, Nim. You saw that. Yeah, I'm glad somebody witnessed. right, go, bro. All right. This time we'll see if we can beat the lag. All right, this time we going in straight top dinnery. Wow. All right, you know what I'm doing? I'm gonna put on some DR now. I'm gonna put on some DR. That stands for damage reduction. We need to get our damage reduced.
Yes.
All right. We're gonna get up in here. We'll pop that on. We'll probably have to pop this on. What's our cast? 110. Gonna have to fix that. You know what? Who needs 125 cast? That's for losers. We've got 55 DR now. That's actually clutch. Oh, GG. I don't know what I did. I might have my spirit somewhere. Hold up. This guy is missing some gear, all right? I don't know what happened. Obviously, Shirley Sirius hit it on me. It's obvious. It's all Shirley Sirius's fault. Because you guys obviously saw the top dinnery going on. So, you know that there's some real top dinnery here at work here. So obviously it's not me, it's Shirley. All right, we got one more trick. I really gotta move some stuff over. COA would be great. This'll do. Big 51 DR. Nah, I'm good, Nim. Go, bro. Oh, hacks. You can't just use javelins like that. You can't. What are you, a Javazan? Alright, yeah, we're banning this guy, Nim. We're banning this guy. Now he's using javelins. You believe that? Against a Din. Against a poor Din. Shut up, Joby. Shirley, can you ban this Joby D2 guy? Alright, yeah. Wherever he is. Call you Marlboro, you're getting smoked.
Oh, what it... Alright, these javelins. Let me tell you something. Jits and I are setting up? Alright, GG's. Yeah, I don't want to smoke random tool guy anymore. I don't want to embarrass him. I don't want to embarrass this guy. You know, don't want to... I was just about getting to the point where I was going to embarrass him, Nim. I was about getting there. But no, we don't need to do that. We don't need to do that. All right, we've got another duel here. We've got another duel up in here. I can't smite him. He runs too fast. I don't know why, but I can't smite him. Or actually, hold up. I know why. Do I have No, I built this guy wrong. I don't have my reeled in. I don't have my reeled in here. My reeled in is still on LOD. This is my backup din. This is the backup din right here. He's just for having fun, all right? Now we have to duel a Wind Force user. Wow. Oh, boys, in all seriousness here, we've got Jits versus Kyle ready to throw down. Good duels, random tool guy. That guy is a savage. Even coming in over here on an East game on a Zan, just getting in here, absolutely dominating on that Zan, man. This guy is a threat. This guy is a menace. Yeah, on my reeled in, I would have fanaticism keyed. So yeah, that's probably why I wasn't able to hit him with smite there. I was kind of wondering that too. When I started smiting, I wasn't hitting, and I was like, I didn't even notice that I didn't have. When I accidentally casted Abyss, that should have been my clue. I didn't have fanaticism keyed, and I had Abyss set to where fanaticism usually is. Now this guy is gonna struggle. 109 and already double teleported. Yeah. This is gonna be wild. By the way, what's up, Joby? Good to see you, man. Yeah, I was on 75 there. I was on 75 cast. I was overstacking my DR because he's got that new jewel. Topped in shit. You wouldn't understand. And I didn't have the right gear. Probably not. I probably won't convert all over until I'm like super rich on ROT dubs as well. I'm kind of poor on ROT dubs, but I'm like super rich on LOD with like all of my characters basically decked to a T. And it's like, we don't really know what they're going to do for power creep in this game. The fucking Warlock is already cockeyed sideways, like fucking the game up. So it's like, there may come a day when everyone's like, all right, fuck this, we're going back to LOD, and then I'll be decked out. All right, then I'll be ready to go. By the way, DPS, everyone's favorite boomer. This guy gifting a sub to Air Tie the X1. My guy, what a savage. Thank you so much, man. That was this guy. Not only everyone's favorite boomer, but super generous, man. You didn't have to do that. Yeah, so I'm kind of, I don't have my top din over on ROT dubs. He's still on the old school version. These guys weren't even hostile. LOL, don't worry. Don't worry, this guy was trying to pick on a din over here. We are watching the viewpoint here. This is HLD, high level dueling. We are watching the viewpoint of Kyle. He is on a cold sorceress, and he is going up against the king of the charge, Jits himself. Jits is looking to get in there and land huge charges just like that. That is his ideal, his chase finish right there. This thing, that was a big charge too. And it looks like, it appears as though Kyle's shield here is I'm gonna guess a 4-socketer of the Colossus. So it gives him life, but not necessarily block. So he's either, I don't think he's committed a ton of dex to, oh yeah, there it is, look at that. Jeweler, J-Mock, right there, Jeweler's Monarch of the Colossus. I could tell from that red color, man. Beautiful shield there, 60 life roll too, beautiful.
But the point is here, he actually doesn't have a lot of block. This guy is turning this into a real duel. He is giving Jits a real shot here. He's gonna have to, but that's the thing. Whereas he's given up the block for this duel here, he's gonna have to make this a real duel. He's gonna have to kite Jits into a whole bunch of horse shit, right? He's gonna have to lay down a ton of blizzards in the moor. He's gonna have to aim those orbs and get some real nice clean hits as Jits comes in. And he's gonna have to run him through the muck of absolute cold sork fuckery. Yeah, you can see that too, Shirley, huh? You can see that too with that red shield color. I actually really love that. I think that's a true sport right there. Holy shit! And they both get it. 1-2. That one will count. They annihilated each other right as Jits connected there. Kyle did a great setup of just running him through absolute horseshit there in the Blood Moor. Tons of blizzards, tons of well-placed orbs, and you could tell they really all added up right there. And then, right as he gets connected on by that big one-shot charge from Jits, that blizzard goes off and down Jits goes. That was wild. It is now 1-2. Black tea Thursday. Bro, it's like black tea every day. If I'm wearing my white shirts, it's because I need to do laundry. White tea is laundry day. Yeah, he's got to be, that's a great point, Koreazilla. He also has to be very weary of when he gets locked onto with charge, because he could very easily get desynced. Now, if we cut over to Jits's perspective here, we can see this from the Din's point of view, and I might be able to even call out when this guy might be desyncing. You can see how much these cold spells are hurting, though. Look at this, 12k charge damage. He has gone full in on charge, man. That might be a death Zerker that he's got there. He's looking, he's trying to get that foot charge there. Trying to do a little bit of upcharging, but now you can see why those charges were big one-hitter quitters there. Looks like they might have a little bit of trolls up in, yeah, someone joined on a warlock and hostile. Yeah, just go back to town. This is why whenever you make games, you got to make them with passwords that are harder to guess. Because, bros, it's just the simple fact of it is there's a bunch of douchebags out there. They hate me so much they want to ruin your fun. So, whenever you make games like this, don't make them with easy passwords to guess, because there's a lot of douchebags out there. Yeah, gotta make some difficult passwords. Otherwise, bunch of dumbasses. Yeah, I know, hard to believe, I am the most hated D2 content creator in the world. The most hated. It is legit. That is a proven fact. There's so many randos out there that hate me so much. Because I trash them in the Bloodmoor, so they're like, fuck this! And they try to take it out on these guys. It feels bad. It's lonely at the top, boys. Alright? But the point is, you gotta make games with passwords that people can't guess. Alright? That can't easily guess. Thank you, Venomsick. Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, a little bit of a setback. Nice job, though, adapting, guys. Yeah, a little bit of a rando in there. Haters gonna hate. That's what it is. That's what it is. I'd like to think it's probably because of the top didn't play. Like a second ago when you saw me just trashing on random tool guy, just absolutely flatlining his Zon there with a hammered in, not losing one round, not even losing a round. They see that and they're like, they wish they were that good. So then they pop into these guys' games. It's really bad. Really bad. I don't know why they do that, but that's how it is. That's why, at least. Now we know why. All right, go to Kyle's stream real quick. All right. He's lucky mom wasn't cheering along, right? Someone saw Jits charging and wanted to be right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no worries, guys. It happens. Luckily, Q is looking good. We got some time, man. Kyle might need the pass, though. There we go. Looks like he's got it. Jammin', slammin', Alabama. A little bit of a setback, but now we restarting here. Great job, guys. Great job swapping up the game there. Good call, Jits. Jammin', slammin'. Sorry for the setback in your duels there, guys. I apologize. But yep, always make those passes real hard to guess, you know? Hell yeah, man. These guys just clearing the moor as they get ready to throw down. Cold Sork v Charge. It is 1-2 in the arena. And you can tell, dude, look at this. I love that Kyle is using the Sunder. You can see when he's clearing the moor that he has a Sunder. These zombies are immune to cold, right? But notice how he's piecing them right up. I actually love that. Curious to see what kind he's brought to the Blood Moor here, because this guy climbing up the ranks in PvP and kicking some ass. Oh, look at this! He brought the cold damage kind, plus cold damage. Interesting, very interesting here. You would figure that, you know, newsflash here. This is we don't really make a big deal of this. We don't let a lot of people know this, but we didn't change the cold stack rules with the introduction of new jewels and new Sunder charms, because we're like, hey, if it becomes a problem, it becomes a problem, right? But so far, yeah, look at this. Minus 275, he's pointing that out, plus 81% enhanced cold damage there. This is pretty wild. He's got a healthy mix of minus cold res and plus to cold skill damage. That mastery damage is insane. But this is good to see. It's good to see that he is making a choice here. It's a data point for us to go with the added cold skill damage on the Sunder. Now, I think of all characters to wear the Sunder charm, the Cold Sork, it's basically free for them. There is really no other character or no other dueler that you go up against in the Blood Moor besides an opposing Cold Sork that's gonna threaten you with cold damage. It's free. That Sunder charm just goes standard on every PvP build. There's nothing that poses a cold threat to you, right? Like there's nothing that really does cold damage back to you. That drawback on the Sunder charm of like minus 70 cold res never really hurts you. One could make an argument if you go up against a druid that Hurricane hurts, but that would be a death match in the first place, right? It's a very, very bad matchup for a sorceress, especially for a cold sorceress. Cyclone armor will just suck up cold damage, and the druid won't take anything. Frosty belt is empty. He'll figure it out. Oh shit! Yeah. He's pissing through now. Javito and Will in the queue? Hell yeah, man. Let's friggin' jam. We've got Travix versus Bonkai coming up here, and then I think Lol Rages versus... I done threw him in the queue versus Jin Shin now, just so that whenever Jin Shin's ready, we can hop over to that. But then after Travix and Bonkai, which those guys are next, throw you guys right in there, man. Javito versus Will. That one's going to be savage. Is that going to be some Sin v Din, or are you going Din v Din, dude? No, he's not using FJMock, probably because he's dueling someone that, you know, this is a versus all sort of character. If this was strictly Sork v Sork, he could go FJMock and it would never get damaged or whatnot. You don't have to worry about durability loss when you get hit by elemental spells. Now, theoretically, under DFC rules, you could wear an FJ Mock even in this duel, you know, if you wanted to replace it all the time. But my guess would be he just doesn't want to replace his J Mock all the time. Me and Doom are ready. Oh, shit. All right, we'll throw you guys in the queue as well, man. Holy shit, the Dr. Doom. Dr. Doom versus the Himpapa Weed. That one's going to be sick. Just to give you a quick rundown. We've got this duel right here, which is Kyle versus Jits. And then after this, we've got Travix versus Bonkai, Javito versus Will, Dr. Doom versus Himpapa Weed. That's how it's looking, man. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, yeah. I think that's how you have to go if you're building a Cold Sork, is you kind of have to go glass cannon. Like, you really have to sunder out as much of your opponent's resist as possible. You know, that's just what it is. And there it is, man. 4-1 in favor of the charging champ, the Jits. Damn, son. Yeah. Sorry about some random person popping into your duels there, guys. But I'm glad that y'all got it figured out, re-rolled the map, and we're able to continue there. Big cheers to that. Y'all are champs. What an epic duel. Kyle was looking clean over here, man. He was landing some shots. This guy is going to be a scary Cold Sork if you're climbing the ranks in the DFC. This guy, he might have lost the battle today, but the war ain't over. Yeah, look at this. These guys showing off some gear here, too. This is sick. Thanks, Benjamin. Appreciate it, man. You may be a little late, so let's go to others before us if you need. All right, brother. Yeah, no problem. We'll skip right down the line. We'll go right to Javito Will. Then after that, Dr. Doom versus Himpapa Weed. Look at that. 775, 15% superior. Oh my god, look at that charger weapon, man. Jits on that E-Rep hammer with the new jewel in it. And then he just stacks up that Sacred Targe over there with all sapphires in it. Holy shit, man. Holy jit. That's what that is. That's what that setup is, man. Big E-Rep hammer for his charge damage. The thing is, though, with that, he doesn't get a lot of deadly strike in there. Looks like that's all coming from his boots. Maybe from his amulet, too, actually. I didn't catch that. But he could actually have quite a bit of deadly strike in there from his boots and amulet, now that I think about it. Which would make it... Oh, yeah, there it is. He's thought of it all. He's thought of it all, man. That's why those were big one-hitter quitter crits right there. One-hitter critters. Yep, that is nuts. That is nuts. What a great setup there. Wild. And Kyle bringing in them Sunders. He's stepped it up with his inventory here, too. Getting some cold skillers. I see some in there with life. This guy is building up. He's going all in on this Cold Sork, which should scare some of y'all. Look at that. That 322 open socket that he's got there, too. Damn, son. Kyle grows in dominance and damage. That is wild. GG, man. Great duel. The Din gets the win. Holy shit. All right, boys, let's pop over. Javito versus Will in this Din V. Hold up, let me pop over to Will real quick. Din V. Din? No way. No way he did it. He's going in with the Din versus Javito on the Din. This is huge. If he's actually doing this, if he's going for this, this could be wild. A win against Javito on the Din could be a massive statement for Will. Can he get it done? Well, we're going to find out. We're going to see some Din on Din violence, boys. I hope you're ready. Will is VT. We were repping yesterday. Hell yeah, Crypto Ninja. That's sick. This probably needs to be Vita with max block versus Charger. Yeah, that's a pretty... I'm actually pumped that Kyle chose not to go max block. I think he did that out of sportsmanship, because if he did go max block versus a Charger, it's just an easy win. I think Kyle did that to make that a duel, which I got mad respect for that. That doesn't happen a lot, where you see just gentlemen get up in there and be like, all right, let's fucking do this. Let's have ourselves a duel, right? Like, I'm not just gonna design my character just to completely make yours into a pile of ass, you know? We're gonna have ourselves a real duel. I think that's probably why he did that. He could have, we've seen him easily slap on things like wit stands or whatnot for max block, and I think that could have made a huge difference. You know, that even that, he would have compromised a lot of his damage there, but it would have been bad news for Jits. So I actually respect that, man. Yeah, true. He could, especially if Jits gets in there and starts smiting too. That could be bad. But I think that was a good duel, man. I think I respect that setup. I got mad respect for that. Oh my God, look at this. Will getting in there with a VT, landing some big shots versus Javito. Javito is on this H-Din over here. This is the classic H-Din versus Smiter. I actually really like this matchup. I think it's a very skillful one. Can go either way. Really all depends on the strategy of each Din, right? Javito is going to want to constantly teleport and throw those hams, right? He's going to want to undercut. He's rarely going to want to stomp. The only time you stomp a smiter in this matchup is if you're really sure they're not ready, right? Because look at this. You even see Will over here doing some up smiting, getting his cursor ready, just waiting for Javito to get up in there and stomp, right? That's what he's doing. Oh man, he picks an angle there. Javito lands a hammer, but that one didn't do a lot. He's still in this. Nice stomp there from Javito, but he pays for it bigly. Holy shit, and down he goes. Will gets the first round. It is now 1-0 in his favor, unless these guys started this up before and we're catching it midway through. I think it's 1-0. 1-0 in favor of Will. He's trying to lay the stamp down here and take down an absolute legend on his own class. That would be a big statement for Will on the Din here. Certainly one that would tell people you need to be scared of this guy. Yep. Damn, son. Also, another thing Will can do here is really rely on that FOH from the outside. That's typically what VTs will do in this matchup. Is they can't go constantly aggroing you, right? Because they're just going to run into hammers. So what they do is they'll throw up that FOH from the outside, they'll blow up that oak, or they'll land some against you. Nice stomp there from Javito. He gets away with it, but it doesn't look like he had concentration up there because that hammer only did 500 damage. Nice one. That one did a lot more, though. Beautiful stomp. Great timing there from Javito. And that is why this guy is on the class that made him famous. That is the timing of Javito. He gets you in windows where you are just not ready for it, man. It is just... He catches you with your pants down. That's what Javito does. And that is all he needs. Two big hammers right there, and down goes Will. Let's pop over to Javito's point of view. All right, Javito on this hammered in. You're going to get to see his strategy in this versus VT matchup. You can see him constantly tellying, constantly throwing hams. That's kind of what you want to do. It's usually one telly, one ham. One telly, one ham, right? And you're trying to cut your opponent off the whole time. And that's because you don't want them doing exactly what Will is doing here. Looking for that FOH, getting that free 100 or 200 damage in there. Nice smite there from Will. But I think he ate a hammer for that one. And he might have been standing in the hammer field right there. Very dangerous spot for him to go down to. Havito looking, hunting for a good angle here. Nice undercut from Havito. An undercut is when you don't stomp your opponent, but you teleport in a few yards under them, or in screen distance. It's like an inch or so under them, and that way, if they quickly get a name lock on you and they walk and they start walking down to smite you, they're going to eat a hammer. That's why those undercuts are pretty clutch in this matchup. Nice stomp there. Big hits from Havito, and down goes Will. Now 2-1 in Havito's favor. Oh no, Hammer isn't even number 2 in list of best classes. I don't even know if it's number 5. It's definitely an A tier build, I would say. Certainly not S tier. But when I think of S tier builds, I think of things like Wind Druid, Fire Druid, Bone Necro, Hybrid Amazon, all of those, every single thing that I just mentioned trashes a Hammerden. Fucking trashes a Hammerden. But there's more too. Yeah, but I mean, and that's probably every form of Din. Holy shit, what a close range battle right there between these guys. That was insane. Havito gets it, now 3-1 in his favor. Yeah, and then there's also the Sin, which I would say, I'm not sure if that's S tier anymore, but it's probably A tier, and even that beats a Din. The only class that a Din has a really good matchup against is a Bard. Everything else, it's not good for them. Yeah, and even BM pubs, people don't do Hammerdins anymore. They used to do Hammerdins back in LOD, when desync was a thing. D2R, they could still pull it off. There was still some BM Hammerdins in D2R. But people who were really trying to be shithead BMers would come in on a Mosaic Sin with multiple accounts. That, or they would come in on like a Town Druid with Thorns and shit. They would also... there were Hammerdins. Like, that was probably the secondary BM class. Just because if you're healing and you have pets and all of this shit and just running and spamming hams, you know, it's really hard for most people to get in on you before you heal, you know? And all of your problematic classes, you can just suck down Juves, right? And just hope to get them, right? Like a Necro or a Druid or something, right? You can just, as soon as they stop, just start pumping Juves and hope you come out on top, right? But if they're a good Druid player or a good Necro player, you still won't. Like, that's probably why people stopped BMing on them. It would be more common to see a BM Necro with all their summons, Amp, just IBS. That was more common than a H-Din. And damn, son, there it is. A 4-1 victory for Havito, showing his Din prowess. Yeah, CS on with Farcast was big back in like 1.12 or 1.13. Back in those days, like when Farcast was a thing, yeah, that was pretty bad. But then it was also beatable. People could just stack on dual Wisp and T-Gods, and then they were fucked. Like, there was nothing they could do. So even in the days of Farcast, it wasn't really that great of a BM character. It just caught people off guard if they didn't have shit. If they didn't have their Lightning Sword gear on, just caught them off guard. It's sort of similar to a Oridin nowadays. It's like they'll step in and it's like, wow, that's such a great BM character, until people put on Sword for it. The BM character of today is the Warlock. People just pop in on Abyss Warlock and there's literally nothing the entire room can do. Yeah, great setup here. Absolutely love that Sunder Charm. A lot of people using these in PvP now. It's funny because those were originally designed with no PvP benefits in mind, but with the new augments to the Sunder Charms. Look at that, 17k damage on Havito's Hammerdin over here. With Shaco too, that's wild. And Hodo. with all these new augments, everybody's using these Thunder Charms in just about every PvP build where they can get away with it, where they're not in some sort of like elemental mirror match. But damn, son, that was crazy. All right, next up on the list, boys, great duel there from Javito and Will. We got Dr. Doom versus him Papa Weed. Let's pop in and check it out, boys. Dr. Doom on the Sin, him Papa Weed, I believe on the barb. We're about to find out. We about to find out in this epic FPK showdown. Nah, man, I think that was good. Javito is just a menace, man. Javito is a menace. He is tough. That is not his first rodeo. That guy has had so many Din v Din showdowns. Javito is one of those Dins. Put it this way, I used to be a little cocky on my Din, especially versus other Dins, right? But Javito was one of those Din players where I'm like, fuck, all right, you can't show any mercy to this guy. Like, he's quick. He fucking knows. It's like Serenity, right? Like, I could never get cute with Serenity. I always wanted to get cute and bust out my bow, but he was always so fucking fast. And, like, he would just clock me with that shit out. It'd be so bad. Javito is like, he's like that on an H-Din, right? Like, he'll stomp you when he knows you're not ready. And when you never would have expected him to. Wow, nice hits there from Weed. Look at this, though. Holy shit, Dr. Doom getting in there and showing some whirls of his own. Very risky versus a barb. You gotta really make sure when you get in there and you whirlwind against a barbarian, you gotta make sure they ain't ready for it. Because if they start whirlwinding back, it can hurt. The only time that I've seen a whirlwind Sin outdo the damage and actually compete with the damage of a whirlwind barb is when that whirlwind Sin is on Fortitude. When they have a Fortitude set up with like a tele helm, or maybe they're not even concerned about teleporting at all in that matchup, they set up the traps, right? They got Fortitude. They can do some vicious whirlwind damage. Absolutely asinine whirlwind damage, and can actually go toe-to-toe with a whirlwind barb. But then again, if your barb puts on a shield, well, now the fight's over, right? But the point is, in this particular matchup, I always think the best thing to do for the Sin is just to set those traps and do your best to dodge the bull as it comes in, right? Those big, nasty barb players like him Papa Weed, they're going to get up in there and they're going to make it difficult for you. They're going to put that pressure on. They're going to opportunistically, look at that whirlwind right there. He paid for that one. He paid for that one. Got in there. He tried to get clean with that. Oh my god, him Papa Weed doing some zerks there. He might have him locked here. He's going to be very careful. That's a great strategy there from Dr. Doom too. Looking for that Mind Blast is actually very smart. That is a good way, if you can grab that Mind Blast as your barb opponent comes in, it stops them, it forces them back onto Whirlwind, and stops them from being able to tele-stomp you and surprise you in those traps. Because a lot of times, barbs will just accept that trap damage, especially when they have high life, and they'll just get in and whirlwind you. Be like, all right, well, I don't think your traps are going to kill me faster than this whirlwind will kill you, right? It's only when you beat them down with that trap damage that they start to second guess themselves with that. And the way to do that is to keep that Mind Blast up. Make it so that those traps are hitting from the outside and that they're having trouble getting in. Nice patience there from him Papa Weed. And down goes Dr. Doom, now making it 2-0 in him Papa Weed's favor. Let's pop over to the him Papa Weed, aka the Corpus's point of view here on his Barbarian. Look at this inventory. Boy, that boy's got some matching 32020s up in there, or at least matching max AR lifers, along with a 451 poison charm to stand out. And damn, son, that is just looking good.
I can't carry anymore.
Holy shit, man. Yeah, he's a very good bar player. And now we're going to be able to see his approach from this angle. Look at this, man. as Will gets in there, tries to do some whirlwinding of his own. Look at these locks, and that is why that Mind Blast is so important. You saw how unabated Himpapa was as he was chasing down, I'm sorry, Dr. Doom, not Will. As he was chasing down Dr. Doom there. Just unabated. Not worried about that Mind Blast. Getting up in there. Now, in this particular matchup, Shadow Master is banned, right? So that's because Shadow Bay is just too good at grabbing those name locks, grabbing that Mind Blast from way on the outside, fucking up your opponent's game plan when every matchup is already hard for him, right? Like, there is no good matchup for the Barbarian. You've just got to be skilled. You've got to be a skillful savage. You can't be average. You've got to be savage. That's what it is. That's perfect. That's called the perfect rhyme. But it's true. You gotta be, that's how you gotta be on a Barbarian. Ooh, man, big Zerk there, but he paid for that one. That time, that whirlwind did come into play, and Dr. Doom made him feel the power of those whirls. However, he can't get too comfortable whirlwinding here. There it is. Great use of it that time. He used it that time to sort of bait the Barb player into getting too violent around those traps. And those were some vicious trap rolls there. On top of some vicious whirlwind damage. And Papa Weed going with that T-Gods for the lightning resist. He says, "You got this, Core, let's go." That was a trap. It indeed was. Cue the memes. That was a trap. Dr. Doom, Himpapa Weed, Barb versus Sin. A traditional FPK. And here we go, man. These guys, they've got a lot of tools at their disposal with these new ROT dubs items between the jewels, between the sunders. It is risky in this matchup right here, and perhaps Dr. Doom is utilizing Whirlwind here to make it so that his opponent doesn't use or thinks twice before using the Sunder Charm. That could be it, and that could be why he's keeping up that Whirlwind as a threat. But this time, it looks like Himpapa Weed comes out in a 4-1 victory versus Dr. Doom, an absolute Sin PK legend. It is a tough matchup when you're getting in there. But look, Dr. Doom, he's got Whirlwind in his DNA. He is Whirl Girl in his DNA, right? This boy, if he's out there in that Bloodmoor, he don't feel right unless he's Whirlwinding. And there ain't nothing wrong with that, man. It is just risky business versus a Barb, that's for sure. Looks like Himpapa Weed might be waiting around to show off some gear. He says, as is tradition, right? That'd be cool to see, man. Not necessary, but, you know, always cool to see. I think there's a lot of people who might look up to the builds that people use or say, wow, I wonder how I could make that better, or what have you. And they enjoy seeing that. But, you know, we don't always get to see it, but when we do, really cool to see it. All right, boys. I also see Jewel Van up in here. Dollhouse up in here. Let's throw these boys up in the queue. Jewel Van, Dollhouse. I think that those guys going up against each other, right? Jewel Van, Dollhouse. Oh yeah, another Barb v Sin. Uh-oh. All right, let's check it out, boys. Dollhouse versus Jewel Van. Let's pop over. See if these Barbs can hold it down today, huh? See how many wins the Barbs can get in. Jewel Van on the Barbarian. Going up against legendary Sin player and Barb killer, Dollhouse. But does he have what it takes to take out an absolute savage like Jewel Van? If you've never seen this guy duel on the Barb, man, you're in for a treat. Kratos, his Barb name. You might see him trolling those pubs. This guy, top tier Barb fuckery right here. Real good Barb player. Very aggressive. He's patient. He's got the timing. But Dollhouse is a master of the sin here. He can whirl girl when his heart desires, but I think for this matchup, as he's shown in the past, he's really going to rely on those traps. That's really what I think gives the sin the advantage in this matchup, and I wouldn't be surprised if Dollhouse fully leans into it. Yeah, that was nasty charge damage, Jits. We saw those one-shots, man. That shit was wild. That was nuts. We love us some charged ins, man. We need a whole special rule set. If you're going up against a charged in, it's going to be called the Stop Being a Bitch rule set. Take off all your block. Stop being a bitch. No block. Fucking cut the map. Stop being a bitch. Look at that helmet. He's got the new jewel up in there. New Sunder and everything, man. He's ready to go. Minus res for days on this. He is not at all scared of those whirls. Going all out. Got the Sunder. Got the jewel. Knowing that he will not be facing any physical damage very likely here. But Dollhouse, as you can see, he's struggling. But right now, he's trying to set up a nasty trap pack here. Dollhouse is very good at looking for that Mind Blast and utilizing it. Making it so, right there, again, making it so his opponent can't really get that Telly Stomp. By the time they finish that first Whirlwind, they're getting Mind Blasted and they're probably in a shit ton of traps. Oh, and look at this! Dollhouse also posing a threat with that Whirlwind. That is very interesting. Again, risky, but he might be trying to punish his opponent for getting real greedy with the Sunder Charm, with the Jewel. That might be what he's trying to punish his opponent for here. Having that Sunder Charm in his inventory and compromising his DR a little bit. Holy shit. OG Duriel, I would hit my boy Primo up for smoking the briskets. I would trust Primo with that more than I'd trust me. If I had to smoke a brisket, I would call Primo and be like, hey, what do I do? Look at this. Dollhouse is very low. He's been one life for like the last minute of this duel, but he's still in this. And he's doing some pretty significant damage, but there it is. A nice clip from the Jewel Van. That's all he needed. Just that one last final nick of a Whirlwind. That was crazy. Great round. 1-0 in favor of this guy. The Jewel Van Barb Champine. Bonkai says, did you even do your job today, Track Camp? Making some fucking Central games? Fucking guy. Yo, look. That's alright. We're gonna be... Don't worry, we're gonna be keeping an eye on his duel, Track Camp, looking for any signs of hacks or illegitimacy. And something tells me if we look hard enough, we might be able to find it. Alright? That's what... We're gonna be taking some harsh scrutiny on those Bonkai duels. I'm about to go Bonkai on this Fire Druid. Needs scent. Oh shit! Look, all these. Why is everybody picking on Track Amp today? Don't you know this guy keeps pools going as well? He's gonna remember that if you ever need a fucking pool. I just hope you know that. I hope you know it. I hope you know it. Just remember, you need a pool, don't look to Track Amp. He's gonna be busy. He's gonna be fucking busy, if I had to guess. Taking a shit. That's what he's AFK shitting. Yeah, hell yeah. I know, it's all in fun, boys. I know it's all in fun. We have a great group of fellas here, man. It's good to see. Oh, man, look at this. So far, Julvan's been having trouble getting on the inside here because now, look at this. Every time he's stepping out, Julvan's catching him in those whirlwinds. That is a very risky thing to do. But Dollhouse is really leaning into these traps. I knew he would. This is the strat. This is a strat versus the barb. Lean into these traps and look for that mind blast, right? It makes it very difficult for your opponent to kind of get off the ground, you know, to close the distance predictably. And that is what Dollhouse is so good at. Landing these nice traps here. Ooh, what is this? Using some bear. He's using some bear as a nice little pet there, hoping to get in with a nice little bear hit stun, or at least have the bear suck up some of these trap hits for him, very likely. That was a misclick. Oh yeah, he's going in with that bear. He's going in big bear style. Oh man! A whirlwind trade there. Hard to tell how Dollhouse came out on that one, but I would guess he probably caught some viciousness from that. There is a lot of, oh man, and he hits him again. Yeah, Dollhouse is in trouble here. But the good news is he's got Julvan to less than half life here. This is very doable. He's just going to have to be very careful. He's going to have to pay very close attention to the timing of Julvan. He wants to stay out of his telly stomps, basically. He wants to stay out of those telly stomps. And the only way to really do that is to quickly learn the cadence of your barbarian opponent. And get the fook up out of there, just like that. He's doing a great job. Staying just on the outside. But now, sneaky lock here from Julvan. Oh, man, and he goes in for the whirl. A very risky whirl defense there. Giving Julvan the window of opportunity that he needed. Damn, son. 0-2 in favor of Julvan, the Barb King. Look at this guy. He is walking. He's even in walk animation there. Does he need to be? No. But he's showing off. He's just showing off. Can do the duel in walking mode. That's what it is. But how is Dollhouse gonna pull this out? Can he out aggro? Can he out slice the bar? We're gonna see. O2, Julvan's up. Giving that Fallen everything he deserved right there in the Bloodmoor. Trying to interrupt that duel. All right, here we go. Round 3 between these guys. Let's see if Dollhouse is still gonna be presenting that threat of the whirlwind here. It clearly hasn't. It hasn't made Julvan honest up with that Sunder Charm. He has not taken it out of his inventory. He is not scared of that whirl back, essentially. He is not scared of the Whirl Girl damage, and he is more than happy to oblige the close quarters combat of that whirlwind exchange. Even in the face of having a Sunder Charm in his inventory. The Sunder Charm, we got a close look at it. It did -8 to enemy physical res, and it gives -10 to his. Julvan has got some pretty serious damage here on his opponent already, and hasn't really paid for it. But Dollhouse now setting these traps up and trying to whittle that life total down. Dollhouse has to be super patient here. Oh, wow. Look at that. No CBF on Julvan. And it's hard to tell if that came from a Dragonflight kick from Dollhouse proper, or if that was his Shadow Warrior. But he took some cold damage, and you could tell there he got caught with no CBF, no cannot be frozen. That will affect your whirlwind frame breakpoints. Oh, man, and he catches him again. Now 3-0 in favor of the Jewel Van. Holy shit. But can Dollhouse turn this around? This guy has been known to absolutely piece up some of those Barb players in Sin v Barb, but can he do it now? It's gonna be a lot, but it is totally possible for him to turn this around and come back for a 4-3 victory. He's gonna have to play very witty. He's gonna have to play very gritty. And very dritty, if you will. Gonna have to get in there, lay some traps, possibly even do a little bit of walking. Possibly a little bit of walking around. Lay those traps, let his opponents run into them. Make it very hard for his opponent to find him. Yeah, they did, Larry Six. Even back in the days of LOD, if you teleported like a screen and a half away, they would disappear. But much like in LOD, if you just lay them down and walk away, they'll stay there forever.
Back-to-back Barb FPK matches. Yo, Cools, you're making me go crazy.
Holy
Barb
shit.
for life. A UDFC, thanks for making my day a little better.
Hell yeah, Aora, bro. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much for that dono, and a big cheers to you, brother. You know we love those barbs, man. The barb-based violence cannot be beaten. Bro, I appreciate that, brother. That's insane. That is very generous. More than I deserve. Yeah, let's fucking go, man. Huge. Huge. Nice footwork here from the Dollhouse. Now he is really relying on these traps. You don't see him whirlwinding much here, and I actually like that. I think that's the way. I think you kind of have to let the Barb have their fantasy here, and that is, you know, you got to let them have the Sunder. You can't really threaten them with world damage back. You just got to lean into the things that really give you the advantage here, and that's what Dollhouse is doing in this round. I really like that. Looking for that Mind Blast as well, making sure he has these traps up. Uh-oh. Nice closing of the distance there from Jewel Van. And this is why he's so dangerous. Oh my god, he gives you no space. No space. Hard to set up here. This is home. This is home for Dollhouse here. Set up the traps. Look for the Mind Blast. It might be a cliche game plan, but it is certainly the one that you need in this matchup, especially versus a Savage. It's hard to tell how greedy Dollhouse got with the lightning damage as well. I think that there's a big incentive right now for Sin players to really lean into the lightning damage. You can stack against it, but you know, if you get a Sunder with like bonus light damage, there's even new caster rings that can give you 5% lightning damage. You could wear 2 of those. There's the new jewel you could pop into your Griffins for even more added lightning damage. It makes those traps hit so hard. And I think that there's some merit in Sin players now to really lean into that. Because that is the one that you can get greedy with, right? That's the form of damage that you can get greedy with. Yeah, they always roll minus 70, but you know, so they get the best minus res roll, but the other stuff is all random. Nice hits here. Now Dollhouse is on the board, and this is how the comeback can start. Now 3-1, still in favor of Julvan, but that strategy right there, we didn't see one whirlwind in that round, and that was purposeful. That was exactly, I think, what Dollhouse wants to lean into. Okay, I won't comment about any barbs now to avoid cursing them, Aura says. Nah, bro, this is a tough matchup, I think, for a Sin, because it really does force you in to that traditional gameplay, right? Like that traditional Trap Sin gameplay. You just gotta do it. You can't get fancy. You gotta lean into those traps. It's how it is. But when you do, it's tough for a barb. All right, and here we go. Dollhouse has that Bloodmore music playing. Don't need no dueling banjos. These guys setting up a pool in the moor. They know it's getting real. They know it's getting real. Is it well, Pope? I'm glad you asked. You missed the lack of Central game from our dear friend Track Scamp. A tardy amp, maybe a little late, but I made it. By the way, we in queue? Yeah, hell yeah, man. I got y'all up next, man. Travix versus Bonkai. We're gonna cut backwards after this. We'll go check that out. We saw Dr. Doom versus Him Papa Weed. Travix v Bonkai up next. Then we've got Lol Rages versus Jin Shin. Kind of just got that hanging in the queue for whenever Jin Shin shows up. He can be kind of on a tight schedule sometimes, but usually around this time he might pop on. My CC Sin, the new 1010 facet, 2x, 5 facets, and 15 light sunder. I hit about 17 to 18k traps. Max traps is stupid damage. And that's not even with the new rings, right? Not even with opal veins. Man, like two more opal veins there. Although you do give up a little bit of stats, it's like, man, that damage just starts to get off the charts. Like, I really do think Trap Sins are also underrated right now. I have thought pretty heavily about converting my Trap Sin over with his 45 lifers and all that. By the way, Frosty, what up, my guy? Holy shit, thank you so much for the gifted membership, man. Big putt fake cheers to you. An official welcome. Eye gouge. Frosty, thank you so much, man. Haven't tried that yet. Yeah, they're pretty rare. I guess these new rings are like really rare between the sling ring and, you know, opal veins and all of this shit. Rumor has it they're pretty expensive, but look at this though. Uh-oh, there's that whirlwind, and that could have, he got lucky with that. That could have cost him though. Dollhouse got lucky there. Dollhouse has to be careful too here to not teleport too far so that he breaks his traps, right? You kind of always want those up, and you want to quickly figure out the timing of your opponent. Almost bait them into a lock. Not so that you get hit, but so that you know what their timing is going to be, right? Nice shots there again. Dollhouse landing some big ones, but a nice whirl from Julvan. Gets that bow in there. He needs to do it. Oh, man. And Kratos, the Julvan, clips him. But Dollhouse almost made a big comeback there. Almost made a big comeback. That was crazy. Fun duel, back and forth. And still, to the very end, Dollhouse not giving up on that whirlwind. Still mixing it in there as a threat. And damn, son, it's cool to see. All right, let's check out this gear. These guys going to show us what they were rocking here. Unbiased opinion about block, by the way. Yeah, right? Yeah, we expect no less. That's Jits, by the way. He runs a Charger. Obviously, no reason to be biased about block. Straight Charger main. Yeah, that opinion is definitely one you should listen to and is not biased at all. Yeah, I mean, you can still get there, though, Max. You would give up a couple of skills on the boots, but you could get 15 on the boots. You could get 10 on the, you could get 10 on the AMI. Sure, you give up a little bit, but, I mean, you could still present the threat, you know? You would have to have really good gear, but... Yeah, look at that, dude. Jewel Van coming in with that new jewel in the helm, and he's got a low rune up in there as well. Everybody on Geed's Wager, man. That was probably, I think Geed's Wager was all around the best new item added in this patch or in this expansion. It's really good. It just fits so perfectly on everything. It's just too good of an item, man. Thing is insane. That's wild, Max. 20k traps on 102. Wild. Love my Geeds too. Yeah, it's for sure probably the most broken, most powerful item. I don't think it's a bad one. I think I support items like that. It makes you make a choice. Do you want the skills or do you want the breakpoints? I think it's a beautifully designed item. The only thing I'd change is the minus magic res. Stupid as fuck. They should have never brought that in, but they should have never brought in that concept. But other than that, well-designed item. Very, very good. Trade-off is 1 to skills. Very important in a lot of builds. But you get a lot in return. Really cool, man. Alright, boys. It is now time for the coveted Bonkai. I also see Lynn and Nice One up in here. Let me throw these guys up in the queue. Lynn, Nice One. Oh, shit. Alright, let's pop over to Travix versus Bonkai. Do we got a stream for this? All Teeth versus Din seems like a Bonkai name. Is it? That's Bonkai, yep, for sure. Alright, yeah, I was gonna say. All Teeth versus Din sounds like something Bonkai would do. That's his name in Discord. Yeah, sounds definitely like something. Like if someone told me, dude, I saw someone using All Teeth versus a Din the other day, I'd be like, fucking Bonkai. That guy. Alright. Dropping a little bit of frames here. It might recover, but we're gonna keep an eye on it. What is this?
Sorry
What?
I'm late. What did I miss?
Holy shit, man. What? Patent pending. With 100 bone tip. Bro, what the fuck? Bro, we have had some savage duels tonight, patent pending. We've seen some Sin v Barb. We've seen some epic LLD. We saw Smolps almost pull off the impossible. Figure out a sick strategy versus a very top tier LLD dueler. And so much more, man. It's been a night so far, and now it's an even better one. Dude, thank you so much for that, man. That's huge. Big cheers to you. Let's all tip one back to Mr. Patent Pending out here, okay? That is a very generous thing.
I can't carry.
Yeah, and then yeah. Don't worry, no, then there was this EU guy comes in on a fucking Zon, starts cheating and beating up a whole bunch of H-Dins. Obviously cheating, so we're gonna ban him. But other than that, it was really good. Really good night. No, that was Random Tool guy coming in on that Zan, man. I think he's the new up-and-coming Zan player. Coming in from EU, he's always kind of playing with like a ping disadvantage. But man, he gets it done. He's got that Zon movement. Man, Zon is a very counterintuitive class to run. Especially if you're used to those teleporting classes, right? Very, very counterintuitive. Especially those walk-ons. Yeah, it was really good. I mean, it's tough for a Din, I think, in that matchup. Honestly, I think a Din should always have the ping advantage in that. If it's H-Din versus Zon, I think the H-Din should always have the ping advantage. If it's Smiter versus Zan, the Zan should get the advantage. But yeah, it's very subjective. Like, that's the thing with Zon duels, right? Is like they can so quickly they can so quickly fall apart just based on the matchup. Like, it could be 100-0 or 100. You know, depending on what your opponent has brought to the table, and sometimes that can be literally on the same class. There can be different builds that just make things ridiculous. I mean, you can have CS Zons, you know, straight Java Zans. You can have Telly Boas, Waka Zons, all having different good matchups and bad. And then, of course, like the Smiter beats all of those Zans just about. But the Hammerden can struggle. You know, it's wild. But this one right here, boys, we have got Bonkai on the Druid. And he's going up against Travix on the Necro. Travix got a bit of practice versus the top Din earlier. Some say he was in there. Some people witnessed him dueling against who could only be described as the top Din in all of BattleNet and possibly the world earlier. So he is definitely, it's not a druid, but he's definitely ready for violence at the toppest of top tier levels. But does he have what it takes to take out an absolute legend in Bonkai? That is the question. He's landed some nice spears here. The spears are certainly what he wants to lean into. And it appears as though, you can see Bonkai is really chasing him down here. And Travix is, he's having trouble setting up right now. What Travix wants to do is kind of slow it down a little bit as a Necro player, right? Wants to slow it down. He wants to set up kind of a couple of bone spirits, right? To give himself a little bit of added security. And then he wants to start that walk down strat, right? He might be running away now because he got clapped by one of those NATOs and he could be in trouble. He's just looking not to get hit again, right? But that's what he wants to do. Slow it down a little bit, launch a couple of spirits, right? Just to get that little bit of life insurance there. And then he's going to start that walk down strategy and start using those spears. And as soon as it doesn't feel right, as soon as you can feel it in your bones, as soon as something ain't right about the exchange, your opponent just gets an angle on you didn't expect, then you telly away and reset, right? And hope you don't get chained. But that is the dance of the Necro v Druid, the traditional NVD. Nice stomp there from Bonkai, but he catches a spear for his trouble. Very nice shot there from Travix. What was Kratos' main hand claw? Kratos was the Barb. That was Julvan, and he was just on Beast Grief. That's usually what Barbs are rocking. Beast Grief. Main hand claw for his opponent, Dollhouse. I didn't catch it, but I would assume best case scenario it would be a Trap Claw. Best case scenario, that thing was a 5 Trap Claw with 40 IAS on the base and 2 sockets. Now, those are super rare, super expensive, but if it was anything but that in that matchup, I think it was the wrong choice. Unless it was a really heavy hitting claw where you could threaten the Whirlwind, but even then, it's a little risky to threaten Whirlwind versus Barbs. It is risky. Jit's trying to talk everybody out of block here. I like it. Hey, you have to design a character that has 35 block versus the Barb anyway, so you might as well do it versus the Charger. And you know what? I honestly couldn't agree more. I think the Whirlwind Barb is more of a threat in most cases than the Charger. More of a physical damage threat. You got one big hit from the Charger, you'll probably survive it. So it's really 2 big hits, but they gotta chase you down. Oh man, nice hits here early on from both players. Got Travix landing some spears. But Bonkai going back to the mana pool here to re-up. Gotta keep that mana sharp. Travix trying to set up with some spirits here. Another thing too is when your Druid opponent really, if they don't keep the pressure on you, they had better think twice before going in, right? They had better assess the situation when they finally find you. Because most Necros, if the Druid gives them space, they'll start to set up a massive spirit train. And there's a reason behind that, right? Because they essentially want you to engage with them. They want you to try to stomp them. So what they'll do is they'll start sending these spirits right down the lane, right? And then they'll teleport to, you know, somewhere in the middle or front of that chain, and then start doing their walk down strategy. So, you know, they're looking for you with spears on the outside, trying to force a stomp, but when you do, there's a train of bone spirits just waiting for you. So that's what they're trying to set up. Oh, nice hits there from Bonkai. Yeah, that's what I say, Nim. Honestly, that's what I say. I think if someone runs a charger against you, you should just don't worry about the block. Just jam it, slam it, and Alabama it, you know? Bro, I was on my bow lock going up against Jits, alright? Literally, I can't block, right? I got a bow. And I still didn't feel like I was in too much danger, right? That's probably because I'm so familiar with the Din charge. I'm used to it. Some people can panic. Some people panic when they see that Din charge and they don't know that they're locked and that their opponent's desyncing. It does take a little bit of experience to get used to the Din locks and the Din desync. But once you get it, it's like, man, you can't unfeel it in your bones. You always know. Look at this. Very, very close round between these guys. Oh my god, and a big hit there from Travix. Down goes Bonkai, tying up the score. Love seeing the Wind Druid. This is so much more direct. Yeah, this is the traditional Druid, right? The one that was traditionally best performing in PvP. It has only been overtaken and really fallen by the wayside in recent history, overshadowed by the Shaman or the Fire Druid. And really it's because the Fire Druid has a lot better all-around matchups than the Wind Druid does. Granted, they both still lose to the Zon. One could argue the Wind Druid has a better versus Necro matchup, but all of the other matchups, I think Fire Druid actually is better at. With maybe Cold Sork, Wind is still better. But an argument could be made that the Fire Druid is just as good, right? You could make that argument. But, yeah, it's all around has proven to be better. Why? Well, it's hard to tell. It's hard to say precisely, but it's really because the Wind Druid needs to get in. As you see this duel right here, you'll see Bonkai trying to get in, trying to stomp, trying to close the distance, right? That's what a Wind Druid has to do a lot of times. You can up NATO, you can get a little Tornado Alley going, you know, and hope your opponent runs into it, but there's no real distance game that you have. It's close the distance and chuck a NATO straight at your opponent. That's how it goes. Whereas the Fire Druid has a bit more options and some diversified damage that's kind of harder to prepare for. Against the Wind Druid, you're stacking up the DR. Against the Fire Druid, you got to stack up the DR and the Fire Res. It's one more thing to worry about, right? Crazy. Very different. Very, very different. I'm also going to throw, sorry about this, I'm also going to throw Nimrod back up in there. This boy's always got himself some multiple duels. Going to check back in with him in a bit. We've got Lynn and Nice One in the queue, I believe. These guys going up against each other. Sin v Warlock up next, man. That one's going to be sick. Lynn on the lock. Nice One on the Sin. And we're going to see if Lynn's got what it takes. So look at that, man. A nice stomp there from Bonkai. This guy used to be known as Bonkai, the Zon guy. Absolute champion in the Blood Moor with a Zon, but this guy's moved up. We've seen him on a Din. We've now seen him on a Druid. We've seen him on a variety of classes. And this guy has really done a great job of making his skills very well-rounded. There's a lot of benefits to that. Some people really double down on one class and they understand it quite a bit, in and out, right? Things that most people don't quite understand. They understand it. They feel it in their bones, right? Like I was talking about with the Din. Just knowing the cadence, the timing, the charging, the desyncing, all of that stuff to a player like me who's, you know, poorly played the Din for so long. I might not be the best Din, but I feel so comfortable on it because there's no surprises. I feel comfortable dueling against it, which is also something to my larger point. when you play on all of these classes, when you really dive into them, when you spend some time on them, it gets easier to duel against them because now you know their tricks, you know their shortcomings, you know their weaknesses and their strengths. You know, and it makes a big difference. Oh, yeah, that's true too, man. If he gets in there with some nice Sunders, or if he gets in there with a Sunder and a Jewel, which he very easily could have, Bonkai, in this matchup. Very easily could have some Sunders here tucked away. Those NATOs is going to hurt. I'm not sure if they do. Usually people that do... oh my god, look at that. That one hurt. Oh yeah, he's got him up in there. He's got him up in there. Yeah, he ain't fucking around. Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I really love that. I think with all of the benefits from these new items, I actually think that it makes this matchup better for the Necro than it ever was. You know, assuming that you really double down on like the minus magic res and plus magic damage and all of that. These guys are two ships sailing past each other in the night. Physical damage and magic damage. You can get as greedy as you want. And the Necro with all of these new items can get a lot more greedy. So I think it favors their damage a little more if they really double down on it. Their opponent can wear the new boots and resist a little bit of it, but it still busts right through and there's not much your druid opponent can do. But of course, that physical damage from these NATOs can also get buffed by minus enemy physical resistance. That's something that it will probably force your opponent onto more DR, or it could just do the exact opposite, where they don't give a shit about DR. They really rely on that bone armor to suck up as much damage as it possibly can, and they just try to hit you with magic spells. That's what I do in this matchup. Am I the best Necro player? Obviously. Obviously on the planet. You best believe it. So that's what I would do. That's definitely the best strat here. I also think how you learned and played for X amount of time matters, at least in my real life. I found it harder to help someone unlearn bad habits so they can learn the good ones. Same applies for video games. I would agree. I would agree that there's definitely something to that. However, that being said, if the person is ripe to changing these bad habits, right? You always got to be in a place where you're ripe to changing them. Then it can be easier for them to learn. So for example, I have a great example of that. When I realized that all of my years playing Din, how bad I actually was when I was getting pieced up by Joby. Can you believe that? I was losing to Joby. Din v Din. Embarrassing, right? I was bad. But I realized there was a lot of tricks that I didn't know. Like, you know, CT casting, right? Started there. That can be applied to any character, right? But that took a while. Then... it was on the Din, the 3-piece combo, right? There was that. There was so many other things too that you just have to slowly work in there. But when you're ripe to learning it and you're like, okay, I know I have this bad habit, you suddenly know how to fix it. You know the hotkeys to take out. You know the hotkeys to change and to reprogram your brain. So it can be difficult to unlearn those habits, but I think if you're ripe for it, having that experience on the class at least lays the groundwork, right? New items aside, are these guys playing standard NVD builds, 13 Spirit or 20? I would fucking doubt it. I think if these guys are using new items and all of that, I think they have no respect for that horse shit. 20 or 13 Spirit, fuck that noise. No respect for that. These guys are going in balls to the wall. The only rule in the DFC in this matchup is bear only, no teeth, right? And it looks like Bonkai got there with some savagery, man. Minus 10 enemy physical resistance on that Jewel. And look at this helm, man. Natural life on that. 2P rubies, 5 NATO. Holy shit, what a helm. What a helm. He was really focusing on that big damage. The king of the shout-out insult combo. What do you mean? DPS, everyone's favorite boomer. All right. Big cheers, man. Again, thank you so much again for that gifted sub, brother. Look, sometimes you got to give the backhanded compliments. All right? like Joby. You know, losing to him was an eye-opener. Realized I was a shitty Din player, needed to get better. You know, that's what it is. I was losing to Joby, yeah. Yeah, can you believe it? GG's, man. All right, boys. Next up in the queue, we've got Lynn v. Kyle. These damn Warlock players, are they going to be able to get up in there and get violent? We're going to see.
How low will I have to sink to accomplish my goal?
Damn, and there he is. Lynn on the Warlock. This guy, an interesting hybrid Warlock. He's got a lot of attacks that he can throw in the way of the Desiree. I believe this guy's going in there with some miasma chains, possibly fire. I think this guy is an interesting hybrid. And look at this. Look at this. Controller player down here. Controller player down here. Now that right there is something that could be interesting with an auto aim on those chains. That could be nuts. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I think the hardest thing that if anybody was going to macro something for the combo, I actually still think it would be hard because there's a lot of variables there, but the most important thing is to learn how to recenter your mouse, right? Like that's if anyone set a macro up for anything, what they should do, well, you shouldn't do it and compete in the DFC, but if you were going to do it to like learn, right? Set a macro to recenter your mouse, right? Like bring it right back to dead center where you can re-grab a name lock. I think that would probably be the most useful because you're not always trying to do the 3-piece, right? But what you always are trying to do when you grab a name lock is chain, whether it's like telly chain. You know, if you watch Serenity, for example, he might be trying to go for that 3-piece combo sometimes. However, most of the time, he might be just looking for that name lock so he can grab it, return to center, and just telly chain somebody. Because he knows they're trying to run away. And then he'll catch a nice smite. And that right there is kind of subjective too. Like, when do you go for the smite? And he'll time it right when his opponent is like by a puddle or something. And he knows it's the last frame before he has to switch his mouse position. He'll go for a smite right there. It's like, and he's very quick on that. But it's a very subjective move there. I think like the most important thing, and this is even to this day, I still struggle with this, and I would consider myself the world's most okayest Din with the 3-piece combo, is recentering the mouse. I'm not always accurate with it, right? Like, it's a hard thing to do. Like, it is second nature to some, but a very difficult thing to, like, get used to. Another legend, are you kidding me? Bonkai? That guy, nah. I'll avenge you, Travix. Don't worry. I'm just gonna tell you what you could have done there was teleport around the Bloodmoor until he runs out of mana potions, because then Track Amp would have not re-pooled for him, and then he'll be crying and shit like, oh, we need a pool, and that's when you go in and get him. Yeah, it may not be, Max. I agree, but like, I guess just to see what the combo feels like, I don't know. Like, yeah, you wouldn't be learning much. I think it's probably better just to recenter your cursor. And dude, someone sent me something the other day. I gotta get back to him now that I remember this. Dude, somebody is working on a aim practice for, like, specifically for Diablo 2, which is really cool. Like, so it's like this moving target that goes around the screen, and you try to grab it and recenter, grab it, recenter, grab it, recenter, and it will like time you, and you can get better at it. It's actually really cool. It's like a prototype that he just started working on, and he's doing it to like help people practice for like name grabbing and recentering with chains. I think it's an amazing tool. I think it's really cool that people do that. Oh man, nice hits there. Holy shit, nice one getting in. Not scared of those miasma chains. But perhaps he should be. Because Lin was really setting up some good ones there. He is really leaning into the miasma chains in this. I kind of like that. The fire skills are pretty slow. They're pretty slow. They can be worked around, but those miasma chains do some pretty serious damage, and they are not banned in the DFC. You can miasma chain. That is a fair lock right there. We did just make some changes to the Warlock where you can't have pets anymore. We're done with pets. We almost did it when the Warlock was announced. We almost just straight banned pets anyway, but now it's official. Now the pets are gone. You can consume a pet, but you can't have them around you, right? The Tainteds do too much damage. Even the Defilers are kinda cunts because like they'll curse you and then if it hits your fucking minion, it starts to do damage to you, like stun-worthy damage, you know, just from chains or something. It's really stupid. And of course you can make it so that the Goatmen also do some pretty viciousness. That was a nice chain hit right there, but it could have been claw blocked. That was a nice chain setup, and you can see this here. Now, Lin is really waiting. He's really waiting. He's got a nice hit there with that chain as Nice One tellies away to try to break it, but he's really waiting for his opponent to come in. And the answer to that, Nice One is setting up traps. He's CT casting some traps in his direction. Yeah, you can see that. One of those chains just nicked him on the way out, and that's some big damage. That like 25%ed him with a small hit that he had to break. Might have even been more than that. Uh-oh, Nice One is wrapped up in some big chains there. He was wrapped up in some big chains. He might be low. Now Lin working his way in. No, surprisingly not. There was like 2 or 3 chains locked right onto him there. Very wise decision there, though, for Lin to try to get out of that. However, Nice One, too nice with it. Holy shit, man. 2-0 in favor of Nice One on the Sin so far. Let's pop over to Nice One's point of view here. A little bit blurry. A bit blurry over here. Am I going blind? All right, there it is. Now it's done, fixed itself up good. She's fixed herself up good, boys. But here it is. Nice One on the Sin. Trying to take down Lin on the Warlock. Now, this is an interesting build. I really like this. Honestly, if I was running the Warlock these days, I always am a fan of leaning into the most busted part of a class, right? I would really lean into chains with this. I like the idea of a hybrid setup, but now with the changes to how many chains you can cast, it's clearly the most broken thing, right? It does such nasty damage. You can even make them invisible. And look at this, controller players, they can lock right on from off the screen there. That one, he was off the map. That chain broke and did 10% damage to him. And he don't even got this maxed. I think he's got points into the fire skills as well. So this could be worse. But it's still really nice hybrid damage. I really like this approach, and mad props to players like Lin for taking this fair approach with Warlocks, because it can be so easy, especially when you step into a pub game. You see all these assholes coming in on fucking Abyss locks and just ruining games, right? It's crazy to think about running anything but that. But it's the true players like Lin over here really experimenting with different builds, with hybrid builds that you know, Blizzard ain't gonna change it, so it's good that some players experiment with more fair classes here. Claw block OP. Oh my god, look at that there. Big hit. Hard to tell what that was. Was that an apocalypse? Or was that some chains? That was a big hit, and now Nice One is in trouble. And there it is. Now Lynn on the board. 2-1 in favor of Nice One, but there it is. Yeah, aim labs for D2, basically. Yep. And honestly, Squigs, I think that's a good way. It's a sign of someone who is interested in becoming better at PvP, right? Like, you know, whether or not you take it seriously and want to climb up to the top of the ranks doesn't really matter, right? Like, I don't really think I'll ever be better than like Toshank or Elite or Marvel or whatnot. But there is something about improving your skill on the class that you love, right? Like, you don't have to be the best, but to be better than most feels good, right? You put me in the arena with most of these, you know, with most of these guys in the DFC, I might look like an absolute fucking... I'm searching for a word here that means retard. I need your help. Either way, that's what I'm going for. That's what I look like. But if you put me in to a random pub game, we fuck some goons up, dude. That's what we do. Nah, there's some word I was trying, it was right on the tip of my tongue. It's like the old school word for retard. And I think it's probably more appropriate in today's culture because people don't know what it means, but that is what it means. Oh shit, what is it? It's gonna come to me and I'm gonna be like, that's what it is. My friend used it the other day and I fucking laughed so hard. No, it's not that. It's not goof, not spastic. No, there's some word. Not moron. It's like some weird word you never hear. Nope, not simpleton. I'll know it when I'll know it. It's gonna pop into my mind. And I'm gonna be like, that's what it was. It's like, it means the exact same thing, but it doesn't have the bite that retard has. And there's some, yeah, it's like, I think it's just a better word to use. The people who know. Now I just gotta remember it. It's hard to remember. Hold on, now I gotta Google this. What's the word they used to use for retard? Nope, none of these. Alright, hold up. I'm gonna message my friend right now. I'm gonna message her right now. We'll know in a second. Holy shit, man, it's now 2-2. I had like not heard the word used in forever. Alright, we'll know in a bit. Nope, not imbecile, not ignoramus, not fucktard, nope. Nope. Yeah, new R word incoming. God, it's like, it's a fancy one, like... It's some weird one. Like, fucking... troglodyte or some fucking dumb shit. It's like sounds like that. We'll know in a sec. She said not sure. Oh, god damn it. I'm trying to jog her memory. Hold up. All right, and we're dropping frames over here. We've lost the nice one stream. I'm gonna pop back over to Lynn here real quick. She's thinking. Mongoloid! Mongoloid! That's it. That's it. Mongoloid. That's it. Larry 6 nailed it. It even stopped. Look, Twitch knows it. It actually tried to stop Larry 6 from saying it. Mongoloid is what it is. Pat Bennett says, please, I beg. Beg for what? What did I miss? At least 4 people said it in chat? Yeah, that could be it. Really? Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah. Patent pending. Okay. I see it now. I see it. Yep. Okay. Yep. My bad. My bad. I didn't see it then. I didn't see it. Patent pending. You're right. That's you. That was you. Patent pending wins today. I totally missed it. I don't know why. I saw the post you made after it. It probably is trying to stop people from saying it on YouTube and Twitch. Apparently they already know. The internet knows. I know because I'm a pro. All right. Patent pending wins the internet today. That's what it is, though. That's what it is. I can't believe it. Yeah, Larry 6 tried to say it too, and it like the chat tried to like stop him. Like it was one of those words that Twitch tries to stop too. Damn it. I thought we would stay ahead of the curve, but they already know. How do they fucking know that? What the fuck? It's offensive as hell. Okay, apparently, okay, never mind. I'm looking in and learning now. Apparently, it's not just that. There might be some, like, there might actually be something else with it, too, which is probably why Twitch stops it. I had no idea. Yeah, okay. So, now educating myself, it might actually be, the term Mongol, right, is in it, and that, so it could be racist as well. So, my apologies. If that is the case, maybe it's not a good replacement. But that is definitely, that was the word I was thinking of. I might have been misinformed. Yeah, okay, so that's what it is. All right. Yeah, maybe we don't use that one. I was looking for fun replacements, all right, to the word retard. You learn something every day. That's probably not one. Never mind. Let's not go with that one. You find 2 Zods in offline. Which 2 Zod rune words do you make? Obsession, Void. I just roll Void twice and try to get 15%. Holy shit, man. Lynn getting in there, I believe. Is that 4-2? Holy shit. Holy shit. He gets in there with the lock. He's leaning on those chains, man. He got there with a big comeback. What is this?
How low will I have to sink to accomplish my goal?
Holy shit. Well, this is something, man. Holy shit. That is wild. He brought it back. He says, do we have one more? I don't even know. No, that's it, man. That's it. 4-2 with the comeback. That is wild. Holy shit. Rose, all right, we got to check this out. I'm curious about this build, man. I'm curious about how we set this up. Yo, let's check this out. All right, so he's got a Hodo on the main. He's got the SS for the block, which is interesting. Because theoretically, I think in this matchup, you probably don't want to get in Whirlwind, right? Like, you probably don't. But he did win a couple of rounds by closing the distance. Nice one did. Closing the distance and getting the Whirlwind in there. But I think with this in particular, the biggest threat, it's easy enough to avoid the fire spells, but the biggest threat is those chains. They're fucking vicious, man. And now you can launch a ton of them. So in which case, you would figure just utilizing those traps, letting your opponent run into them, CT casting them, try to outrange those chains would be the play. But who knows? This is still kind of like a newer build. So who knows the exact weaknesses of it here? But that's crazy. Yeah, wild. And look at this setup. This is okay. Look at this. He was actually on a ghost. Okay, so that's why he was getting up in there with Whirlwind. Ghost, or I don't know. He could have been using the traps as a distraction. He might have just been on a really nice hybrid. Those claws right there, that War Fist, pretty heavy hitting, right? And he's got, it usually suggests you're on a ghost, but you could be on a hybrid as well. Look at this. I mean, 15-15-30s, Shadow 45s. This is a nice Sin setup right here from Nice One. 320-20s. Yeah, he had to have been on a ghost. Shadows and 320-20s. Oh, hell yeah. That's why he was trying to get in there with Whirl, which is probably a harder matchup for him with those chains. I think perhaps that's why. Okay, so I think Lin noticed that. That's why he slapped on the Storm Shield and went with the chains. Yeah, because he was going up against a ghost. That is nuts. Well, there it is, man. There it is. Holy shit. Yeah, ghost is definitely the harder matchup for this. My apologies. I should read people's sign-up classes a little better, That's rough. But GG, actually well done. I gotta say, for a Nice One to get up in there and steal 2 wins like that, put on a show, make these close against chains and fire spells, that's kind of nuts. It's always risky closing the distance and getting in there, man. That was wild. Holy shit. What a duel, man. What a duel. Let's pop in and check on Nim. Alright, yeah, he's still staring into the fire, ominously waiting for his next opponent on his low-level dueler here. Alright. That boy might need some practice. Let's get in there. 2D clones at 9 p.m., 20 minutes. Hold up, boys. We just gotta cool the jets. You see, we run the most fancy computers in the entire world. We run the best computers, and they make rooms fucking hot. I ain't got the AC set up in here yet, and it's fucking technically summertime. So we gotta work on that. We got the fan blowing out the window, though. That's what we gotta do. Alright. Well, we've got a little bit of a lull in the queue, and Nimrod is ominously waiting for his next opponent to step up in there to get violent. Who's he going up against here today? We've got Nim versus AF50. Alright, he's going to be on a Barber Sin. Alright, I got you. I'll pop up in here. That's what we're going to do. We're going to get Nim ready. He's going to be going up against the top Barb. Alright, now you might be wondering who and why is the top Barb. Well, it's this guy. Don't worry. I got you. Y'all saw me take down Smaltz on the Barb, and plenty of other notable people. So obviously, if there was a debate, that comes to that, we can rest that debate now. AFK said he's too scared. Oh yeah. Yeah, I figured as much. Yeah. And you definitely haven't seen him in the chat at all. Yeah, haven't seen him in the chat at all. That AF-50 guy, yeah. Yep. I can imagine. Probably scared. That's alright, that's alright. We'll get up in here. Message me your game real quick, Nim. And we'll get up in there. We'll get some practice in. Coming in on top barb shit, man. How does Fire Sword gear versus physical? Mang songs and Diablo's book is the two big damage sources. Guess you would do 0 block and COA. Fire Lock, you mean? Yeah, Fire Warlock, yep. Well, any Abyss, Miasma, ES, Purge, etc. with Void can throw on Storm Shield. Yeah. I think it's harder to get block on a lock because you have to give up the class advantage, I think. All of the books that you would get, like all of the, you know, like the new Grimoires, they don't provide you a lot of block. Like, you're going to have to dump way too much. You're going to have to dump way too much into decks, and it's just not worth it. To the point where if you get hit, it's fucking over. Alright, here we go. About to show you top barb shit. The steps, that's sick. Yeah, we don't mess around. We don't mess around. Alright, we got our telly staff. We good. Go, bro. Okay. Just gotta be patient. Just gotta be patient. I wasn't patient there. Got him. Yeah, we gotta get patient here. We shouldn't be getting hit by these hams. I ain't scared of no hams. I ain't scared of no hams at all. Ain't scared of no hams. 0 hams am I scared of. I should have taken that. Oh, bros, that wasn't... You can't deny it, though. That was top barb shit. That was some top barb shit.
Time to die.
I just don't think I have the gear or something. I don't know why my hits were so bad there. Oh yeah, hold up. I need to put the right shit on so I hit the right breakpoints and stuff. That's probably why. Yeah, that's probably why.
Yes?
What if you put on Bane's armor? Good question. I didn't even think of that. We don't want to be right here. We want to be down here. Oh, I went right into the hams. All right. No, all right, no more freebies. Now I try. Yeah, I was just dicking around, seeing if he was a good Din player. Nah, just gotta get good. All right, go. We've got this. We don't even need to tell you, really. We should have bow. We should have bow gear on the swap. No telling needed. Alright, let him waste that mana. Waste that mana with that FOH. Waste it. Waste that mana. No more freebies. We're getting good now. I told you he was getting good. I told you, boys. There was no more freebies.
Hello.
They threatened with that FOH, but I remember from the Great Stee back in the day, that's just a, you just let him do it. Because it costs him so much mana. Oh, shiz, he's here. Oh, shiz, you, do you want me to play for you, AF50? They call me the top barb. They call me the best barbarian player. Alright, we're coming out. Alright, let me show you how to do it real quick, AF50. You just gotta be really patient. You just gotta be really patient. Don't go on those hams. He's gonna start FOH and wasting his mana. That's alright, that's what we want. We'll trade there, we'll trade. A little bit of a trade. Of a trade. A little bit of a top barb shit right there. A little bit of a top. You just gotta wait when they get a little flat-footed. Top barb shit. Top barb shit. I actually like this duel. Yeah, just do that. Go, bro. You just gotta be patient. This is a duel of mind games and patience. I fucked up. I didn't blind spot properly. That was my fault. I should have blind spotted better. I actually had that if I would have blind spotted better. But my lack of blind spot accuracy is what cost me that round.
Come on.
Alright, one more. Go. Alright, here we go. No more fucking around. No more fucking around. Alright, just gotta wait it out. Just like that, boys. Just like that. See, now he's pissed. He's using that FOH. Bad blind spot again. Alright. He's staying in the trees. I'm just gonna go down here and rep to full. Just rep to full. I'm such a retard. I'm such a... No, I can't say the other word either. I'm such a retard. It's just the best one. It's the only one we have. There's nothing... There's no replacement. Alright, alright. Alright, one more. I gotta show AF50 how to do it. I gotta show him how to do it. He doesn't know how to do it unless I show him. Obviously.
Good evening.
Obviously, he's not gonna have any idea how to barb unless I show him how to do it, boys. Come on now. Alright, alright. He's got that big hammer field up. That's okay. That's alright, a little bit of a trade. A little bit of a trade. Alright, he's got a little field going. Got a little field going. Oh, what? There was residual hams. Lag, but you get it. If I was better at the tele swap. Just like that, but don't lag. Alright? Yeah, it's a mind game. I think you just have to be super patient. If you're a throw barb, it's an easy win. But if you're a whirl barb, you just got to be super patient. But now he knows. Now he knows, all right, boys, and he's going to be able to execute. AF50 is going to get up in here and try to get a win on the Nim. Let's check it out. All right, AF50 on this barb here. He's going at it. There we go. There we go. There we go. He's got to be careful engaging with that. The time when you do that, you want to stay in the blind spot, right? Like those little short whirls you got to do in the blind spot. I wish I was better at executing and showing. I wasn't able to show him that. And now he doesn't know. See, obviously. Yeah, but yeah, those whirls are perfect if you do them in the blind spot, right? So you never actually go above the din, right? You never actually go like up here. You just stay right here. You're whirling back and forth like right here, like right in that area. You never actually go through them. Oh man! Oh man! Oh man! Holy shit! All right, AF50, getting it done. Yeah, autistic. That one works too. Yeah, actually, that might be. That's a good one. Yeah, we need words that have bite that are insulting, and culture tries to take that from us, right? But we need it to be insulting to intelligence and or capability without being racist. Right? Like that's the thing. That's the challenge in today's world. Damn, what a close one. AF50 just getting in there and rolling the dice. Yeah, he got greedy on that one. Yeah, I like that one, Michael. I like it. Yeah, he wouldn't... Oh, by the way, Lone Warrior, he wouldn't want to charge, like... I was honestly hoping Nim would charge me, but he's too smart. He's too smart. You never, in any circumstance, charge a barbarian. Never. It's a really dumb move. So I was hoping he would get a little froggy. Leaping in, holy shit, close one, man. Close one. All right, what have we got here? 3-1 in favor of Nim. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Right? Yeah, I like that. Yeah, we're gonna have to keep that one in there. I don't think... Yeah, Twitch obviously doesn't ban that. Put Coach and I in the queue, please. All right, all right. I'll make sure he never wins another melee match again. Oh, I guess we gotta get him in there. I guess we gotta get the Jagger versus the Coach. That one's in there, man. And I believe y'all are up next. Unless I'm missing something. Let me check up in here. Oh yeah, y'all are up next, man. Y'all are up next. What is this? That is obvious lag. Obvious lag. There was no way he blocked all of those, and now Nim's on that now he's on that FOH plan. Damn, son. GG. All right, hold up. All right, let me get up in there. He ain't gonna... All right, hold up. Like this, AF50. All right, here, let me get up in there. Oh, I guess these guys are showing off some gear here. Let's check this out. Get to test the new Javazon versus D-Clone? Dude, they wreck D-Clone, man. They wreck D-Clone. Holy shit. Yeah, that's one of my favorite classes to go against D-Clone with. It's so vicious. Wow, look at that ring. Dude. Fucking... Oh, he was using Bane's Wrath too. Bane's Wrath and the belt for ED. That's actually really smart. That's probably the way to go, actually. Yeah, he's got cast on the belt and ED from the set bonus. Like, offhand ED on Whirlwind. God, that's insane. Yeah, that's totally the better play here. And some nice 32015s in the inventory of AF50. But that ring on Nim was insane. Holy shit. All right, yeah. So, like this. We gotta... All right. Like this, AF50. Here, let me get up in here. I'll show you. I'll show you what it is. I'll show... All right. Go, bro. All right, here we go. Just like this. This is what you gotta do. So he's gonna sit there in his little hammer field, his little din hammer field. They like to get those out there. Do their little hammers. Then you just gotta get pissed. Just like that. Just like... Kinda like that, but don't die.
I can't carry anymore.
FFA for all marbles. Alright, yep, go everyone. Alright, let's just beat up Nim here real quick. He can't take 2 whirlwinds. He can't take... What are you doing? What are you doing? He can't take 2 whirlwinders. There you go. There you go. Oh wow, yeah. All right. No one even hit him. Nim over here. I can't click. I couldn't click there. I couldn't click there. Couldn't click, and sun was in eyes. Do over. What? All right, one more. New perfect Griffins with perfect stone? Holy shit. Yeah, EU. I'm playing for fucking Europe too and shit, and China, so fucking, yeah. That obviously is bad lag. Yep, so we'll get it this time. Alright, no more fucking around. He can't take 2 whirlwinders. So you can't fucking take me as the whirlwinder, right? That's how you do it. Like that. Twice for good measure. Twice for good measure. Oh, shit. we tried to get it in there twice for good measure. Alright. Alright, hold up. He's back out here. He's on his second life. So you just gotta get it in there. Kinda just like this. Just like that. Just like that, but just...
Can I take it?
Alright, fuck this. Alright, we're gonna cut over to the championship bout. It's about enough. Don't worry, AF50. We're gonna be checking back for hacks there. We're gonna be, yeah. Alright, we saw that whirlwind and that didn't even hit. Looked pretty sus to me. Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, we're gonna look into that, AF50. That one probably gonna be a permaban, if I had to, yeah. If I had to guess, you know, I hate to do that to a fellow DIN player, you know, but there's obviously hacks. I mean, between me and AF50, we're the top arbs. We don't get beat by hammered ins. There's so much hacking going on today, man. What is this? All right. Nim is coming. Hell yeah. All right. Good duels. Nim is a savage on that din, man. Holy shit. Holy shit. How much help did you get this season? Me, none. I didn't play with anybody. I got a playthrough. I did a playthrough with people, and then I found shit, and then I quit. That's how much help I got. I got so much help, I found shit, and I quit. I actually quit the season. because it was very, very dumb and boring. I hope that answers your question. Travik's hopping into teams if anyone's down. Dude, hell yeah, some team duels. And look at this. Look at this, boys. This guy, the Jagger Swags, is back. The legendary Din player, some would say the most dominant Melee champion that has ever been. He is back going up against Coach Jason, the new school Drew, who is absolutely flatlining all of these Dins and everyone who dare challenge him in the Melee arena. This is bound to be an epic bout, boys. It is the title bout of the Melee division tonight. Who's gonna take it? Let's find out. Here we go. In this corner, we have got the previous dominant Melee champion who took a bit of a hiatus from the Melee division, and now he is back. The scariest Din player in Melee history, Jagger Swags. This guy, the Eagle, has once again landed, and he is going up against the most savage Druid player of all time. Big damage for the previous champ right out the gate. And there it is, 17, aka the Jagger Swagger, takes the first round very dominantly. Damn, son. And here we go. Round two, will that suggest any changes for the champion? As he sits there, thinks about that first round. Oh my God, big hits for the champion. Just as dominant of a win for him in that round. That was crazy. That was so many hits right off the rip. It looked like Jagger Swags was on CTA side. That's how many hits just landed consecutively there. Uninterrupted. And now these guys go back and forth. Here it is. Big hits for the champion. Bringing in that new school violence on the Druid. Jagger Swagger having trouble now, gaining that lead. 2-1 in favor of the champion, aka Coach Jason. This guy knew he would be champ from day one. From day one, this guy was saying, give me those title shots. And guess who is also comes in with that energy? That's the Eagle. That's Jagger Swagger. So this most certainly gonna be a match filled with fireworks. A back and forth for these guys, and now 3-1 in favor of the champion. Damn, man. Jagger Swagger might not be on Fortitude here. I don't think he's on Fortitude. It doesn't look like he's on Phoenix. So that right there, it could be. He could be on Fortitude. Hard telling. But it doesn't look like. Maybe he is. Maybe he is. I was going to say, he has golden armor when he's not on Fort. I thought he had it there for a minute, but he's probably on Fort. Oh my God, big hits from the champion. Now 4-1 in his favor. That is wild. He says, need bad oak RNG. Let's go. He needs that oak to take a little bit of an adventure. Go and hunt him down. Start jamming. Let's pop over to Coach Jason over here, the champion droid player. This guy getting it in. Absolute dominance at the top of the Melee division. Holy shit, what a back and forth. Look at this, 9.6k life for the champion. Some big hits. That was so close. That has got to be probably one of the most demoralizing ways to lose a round right there if you're Jagger, because you were so close. You got all of that damage in there early. All of the crushing blow, everything added up the way that it should. And now you still got it robbed from you. You got it robbed in that round. And now he's going to have to figure out ways. Looks like he might have gone to the stash for swap 1 here. It's very, very possible. Yeah, he's going in for swap 1. He's changing a little something here. 4-1 in favor of Coach Jason. These guys, no, 5-1, sorry. These guys throwing down now. He might have stacked up some more crush and blow. Whatever swap he had is paying off so far. And there it is. Now, 5-2. Still in favor of the champion. But now, a bit of a potential comeback for the Eagle. Yeah, GG. Feel free to post that in the chat too for team duels. You know, if you get a bad seed in there, that's all right. You'll probably be waiting for players. As soon as you get enough, you can always just make a private game, post it in the DFC chat, jam it. Not as much of a risk with people joining up in team games like that to BM. Not as much of a risk. Still possible, but yeah, DFC duel. Yeah, all right, GG, man. Yeah, feel free to post it here. That's a good way to get people who might not be in the DFC channel as well, you know? Hell yeah, and look at it. This is 6-2 now, I believe, in favor of the champion. Huge hits. That is demoralizing, devastating damage from this druid. That is so much, man. Now 7-2 in favor of the droid. This is wild, man. What can these Dins do to make a difference? I'm not sure if any of them are using the new Thunder Charm and trying to overstack with damage, but that's technically allowed in the DFC. There's no restrictions on new items, right? But perhaps something drastic needs to change in this matchup because, wow, Jagger Swagger has never struggled so much against a druid player here. But now I believe he's going into the stash for a second swap here. He's making a little bit more changes. And he's going to be praying to those RNG gods in this bout. Big hits on the swap RNG, but is it going to be enough? Holy shit! Now 8-2 in favor of the champion. This is brutal. Absolutely brutal. Just hits too hard, he says. Yeah, this is nuts, man. This is absolutely nutso. The amount of damage that is done by these druids is insane. What will be the answer? Now 9-2. Holy shit. It is really hard to recover from that. You see these hits coming through, and each one of these ticks from this druid just does half life on his opponent. It's so wild. No fort proc. Do you have meta? Oh shit. Yeah, it looks like Jagger Swags might not be on fort. I haven't seen many fort procs from him. I could be wrong though. Death needs to be allowed if druids can have meta. Yeah, maybe we just open the floodgates, man. Holy shit. And there it is, 10-2. Just like that. Yeah, maybe we open the floodgates in this matchup because this is dominant, man. Holy shit. Yeah, he's got to be on that fort. He's got that fort, probably that meta. Yeah, this is crazy, but we are certainly in the era where druids have officially taken over, because this right here, I can't stress enough, Jagger Swags is probably the most threatening paladin player in the entire melee division. And now you can just see, it's so vicious. And by the way, Mr. Psych, my guy, thanks again for parking the Prime over here, man. Big cheers to you, brother. Smolps and AF50 to the melee queue. Y'all are there, bro. Got you. Y'all are in there. Y'all are up next. Smolps versus AF50 coming up in the melee division next. Holy shit. We are in the druid dominance era here. Hello, Death versus druid. That's what you can do. Yeah, yeah.
I think so. I think we got to open the floodgates. I mean, I think we have enough data now to show that the druids are winning this battle. We've seen a lot of back and forth in the melee division between these two classes. It has always been a struggle of power between the Din and the Druid. There was a time the Druid came out on top, and then by stacking up Crushing Blow and getting super creative, the Din pulled back into the lead and was pretty dominant. But in recent history with ROT dubs, we allowed, really shortly before that, we allowed the use of Fortitude and Phoenix from each class in this matchup. And I think you're right, though, because you would be used to seeing this stuff in a pub game, and that was the spirit of allowing Fortitude with the two toughest classes versus each other. But what you would also see in a pub game with melee is probably death, right? Perhaps that should also be allowed. I agree. We might have to do that. We'll put a note. We'll throw death up in there. Throw death, see if it makes a difference. Unban death versus druids. Yeah, that could be wild. It's a good way to stack up Crushing Blow and Deadly Strike. Yep, Protector's Jewel is fine. Yep, that's fine. All of that's allowed in DFC too. Yep, Protector's Jewel is allowed. The new charm is allowed. All that shit is allowed. All the shit. All the horse fuckery. It's all allowed. Yeah, and that came as a surprise to Jagger Swagger here. I think he was surprised by that. Yeah, I think he could, that build could certainly benefit from the Protector's Jewel. I honestly wonder how valuable it is to have the Asunder charm in your inventory. A 100 ED minus 10 Sunder charm, right? Or like 100 ED or even minus 10 to enemy physical resistance. Either one. Probably the 100 damage is better. But you take that hit to your defenses to deliver massive damage. I wonder how much that comes into play as well. We haven't seen a lot of experimentation with that. However, perhaps that could be the missing link. Yeah. Who knows, man? I think for right now, this era for sure is the era of the droid. He says, oh, look at this. He says, you're fucked. Hold it until I get back around. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Jagger Swag's already looking forward to the next matchup. I am too, man. I am too. I think it's a whole new era with melee and everything, man. All these new items coming into play really shake things up in a very interesting way. So, yeah, I can't wait to see this. This is almost certainly gonna happen again between these absolute legends. And next time, Jagger Swagger wiping off a little bit of the ring rust here today, but next time, this Din shall be ready. He knows it. Bye. He goes, I go rank ZPK now, bye. GG's, man. What a dominant victory from Coach Jason. This guy, now he's got a target on his head. This guy is ready. He's ready to throw down. All right, boys, let's pop into AF50 versus Smolps in the melee division. And then, looks like we've got Track Amp up in here as well for the title bout in HLD of the evening. Track Amp versus Polytheist. That one should be absolutely savage. That won't be average. That will be savage. It's gonna be nuts. Wasn't aware the new Jewel and Charm was allowed in melee DFC. That's where I fucked up. Yeah, dude, I'm thinking, bro, ain't nobody broken it yet. Trust me, I would love to ban that shit, but ain't nobody broken it. And if it ain't broke, we ain't gonna ban it, boys. Holy shit, and there it is, Smolps getting in there, delivering some vicious damage to these Din players. 0-1 now, in favor of Smolps, as we get underway into another melee bout between Titans. Damn, boys. All right, here we go. AF50.
on the Din. This guy going in, Zeal as the main attack. Smolps on the Druid. This guy going in, Fury as the main attack. Hoping that that Oak Sage doesn't feel a little too froggy for this matchup. These guys throwing down big hits for AF50. And there it is, Puma, aka Smolps, falls in this round. Now 1-1 between these two savages.
Good evening.
This is redo up to you. Something must have happened. Something must have happened. Mr. Sykes says, I have a 100 ED bone break for sale. I got a pretty close one I rolled last ladder, man. I got like a 94 or 96, something like that. It's now on non-ladder, so I don't know. Maybe I'll have to bring one of these melee guys over to the ROT dubs, you know. Maybe I'll have to bring one of these 99 Dins over. Damn, son. Close one. But down goes AF50. Now 2-1 in favor of Smolps. Yeah, I think in melee, the 100 ED off weapon enhanced damage is probably the better one. But I'm not sure. I mean, it could be forcing your opponent to have more DR. But theoretically, they could stack it. The setups for classes get very simplistic. If you think about it, that sort of setup leads to a very very simplistic defense, right? So to the point where you have dual bared COAs, right? Like bear COA. There's a ton of your, you know, and you slap on SS bear COA. There's basically all of your DR. And then the rest of your setup is what it is, right? But those items sort of might become the chase if you force your opponent to have them. You sort of compromise that spot, right? You force them out of a Pali Vizzo if you do that as a Druid. You force them off from Metamorphosis if you do it as a Paladin. I don't know, boys, but I think possibly the minus 10 physical res might be the answer. Minus 10 physical res on the Jewel and the Charm. They can't just stack up a Bear Rune in the SS at that point, right? They can't just do that. They're gonna need something else. They're gonna need to stack up DR somewhere else, which is gonna compromise something. It's certainly gonna take some shots out of that Metamorphosis. Setup, I'm pretty sure. And then if they have compromised resist, the Crushing Blow gets better, right? And that's exactly what you're stacking up versus Drew. Big hits there for Puma. The Smolps taking down AF50 in that round. I don't know off the top of my head, but what you can do, Mr. Sykes, check out Tradery. That's what I do. And just look for like, I check out Tradery and then I check JSP. And I pretend I'm trying to buy it, right? Pretend you're trying to buy a 100 ED Charm, right? A 100 ED Sunder. See what they go for, right? Pretend you're trying to buy a 100 ED Sunder on JSP. See what people are asking for him. Yeah, that's how I jam. I sent you a screenshot on Discord. You take a look whenever. All right. Oh shit, okay, here we go. Holy shit, AF50 laying it down for the Dins up in here. Alright, holy shit, yeah, look at this, look at this. Look at that thing. Look at that thing. 100 ED, 3 to all stats, 20 life, kind of a low roll there. MDR, okay. The 100 ED is the most interesting piece about that. Because while the attributes are probably the best thing to have, it rolled anti-perfect, and it almost rolled anti-perfect for life. I would think that the big melee people who are willing to pay big for that are probably going to be looking for close to 65 life and probably 8 stats. If I had to guess what that's worth, it's hard telling with the new changes, and I'm probably not going to be accurate with this. But if I had to guess, I'd say probably 10 jaw, 5 to 10, maybe. That's just a guess. I could not be right. I could be way off. But I would assume a 100 ED, it's really nice and worth something, but I think everything's more common now. Death has G-Face built in. Nim's idea is best if meta, then no fort, and vice versa. Jagger is still effed. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's hard telling. I think I'd be cool with allowing death, because I think you're right to that, you know, to that regard. Like, I don't think it matters too much with death. I think it's just a fine weapon to use. It should probably be allowed in that matchup anyway. I don't think it will change the tide, though. I think the only thing that will change the tide is if you go minus 10 Jewel, minus 10 Charm, and force your opponent off from meta. Holy shit, man. Smolp's getting some revenge. True. Yeah, I think when you do that, there becomes less variety in melee, which does indeed suck. But if we see it, we see it, right? Right? Like, we don't... I honestly think that's the answer to Druids right now, which I'm tempted to, like, bring over a melee character into ROT dubs and try it. I think that's the answer to them. Stack up the Jewel, stack up the minus 10 Sunder, and force them to take Metamorphosis off, right? Just like force them to do that. I guess they don't get DR from Mark of the Wolf, do they? That's the other one. That's the Mark of the Bear. Yeah, either way, I think, or do they? Does that just make bear druids a thing in melee? Holy shit. Yeah, you could keep meta, but now you're taking off 4. Yeah, you see what I mean, though? Like, yeah. You're taking off one or the other if your opponent does that. Yeah. I mean, who knows? It's all speculation, right? Like, we clearly see that with this rule set, right, where people... They're allowed to use a lot of these, but they're really only using the Jewel currently. Druids win. I'd love to see more people, like, take a risk with the Sunder. Max ATD for Mauler doesn't exist. You can have all the ATD you want. Now, people might frown on that, but fuck them. You can make yourself an ATD Mauler if you'd like. Holy shit, man. 7-8. What a close one between these guys. Look at this. This is a G-Face setup between Smolps and AF50 here. AF50 has a G-Face setup. He's got himself a nice sword. We rarely see swords in melee here, but they do have a very fast attack speed base. It's a very interesting choice here, and I love it. It's now 8 between these guys. Holy shit. Yeah, the thing is with ATD is that there's a very simple counter to it, but I don't know how that changes in the current meta with, like, all of the shit, right? I think more time is needed. ATD could be the way. 8-9 in favor of Smolps. These droid players. These droid mains over here. Hell yeah, he says I'll have a Sunder next week. Force it, man. Fuck yeah. That's what I say, man. I say fuck it. Force people on it. Jam it, slam it. The only way we're ever gonna know for real, instead of speculating, is just to allow it and see what people do. Right? That's always how the DFC has been. Allow it and see what people do. That's the big thing. Bros, it is 9s right now. Non-title fight. First to 10, no win by 2. AF50 trying to bring a win home for the Dins here. Smolps trying to stand up for his Druid brothers. Trying to stand up for that Wolfgang, and it comes down to this. Who will take this round? Close one. Oh my God, man. And there it is, Nim partying it up over here. A win for the Dins. Wow. Holy shit. AF50 getting it in. That is crazy. Yo, what's up, GC Indy? Yeah, I'm on the tubes as well, man. That would be sick, Psyched. That would be sick, man. I'd love to see it. All right, boys, it's a gear showcase time. Damn, man, what a duel. The Dins take it home, and Nim couldn't be happier. Over there cheering on his heavenly brethren. Wow, and look at this breakdown, man. Metamorphosis and Fort. Using the Meta Fort combo, and I believe Smolps is on Stone Crusher Hammer. That's what he uses. That's his go-to. I love it. F Stone Crusher with a Zod in it. Beautiful weapon. That works. No, he's on something different now. What? Okay, no, we just saw this. Yeah, he's got himself a real mallet up in there now. He's got himself a real boy. That thing is savage. And look at this. AF50 was not on Fortitude at all. He was not on Fortitude. What? He beat Smolps and he wasn't on Fortitude. Bro didn't use Fortitude. Bro didn't use Asunder. This is intriguing. I am blown away. I am blown away. He did not use Fortitude in this matchup. That is allowed in this right here. Wow. I mean, it might have been RNG, but it was 10-9. Like, it was a close duel. Holy shit. Okay, mental note taken. Holy shit. He trust fell into RNG's warm, loving arms, and she caught him. Holy fuck. Yeah, that Conquest Sword is insane, too. Wow. That mallet is identical to mine. Oh, hell yeah, man. Holy shit. What a duel, man. Boys, you know what we've got? We've got our boy Track Amp over here, and look at this guy getting his fire droid ready. These droid players. Holy shit. Polytheist up in here. This is gonna be wild. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the HLD title bout of the evening. A fire droid showdown. Holy shit, look at this. I believe these guys agreed to new items. No holds barred, just getting in here and getting violent. Making this duel as vicious as possible. And now Track Amp gets to meet Polytheist once again in the arena to try to challenge him for the title of HLD champion. And he's going all out. He is ready for this. He's getting up in here. He's ready for the rep to full battle if need be. He knows what he's got to do. He knows he's going up against a savage. He knows he's going up against the pioneer of all droid pioneers. Even Toshank in the Discord had a lot of good stuff to say about Polytheist this week on the Shaman Druid, and I gotta say, that is some big accolades. Gotta feel really good coming from who I would consider the best dueler of all time. Toshank was even saying, this build right here, the Fire Druid, is not necessarily a good build, but Poly makes it a good build. He understands all of the different matchups that he has. He utilizes the top tier skills, the CT casting, the distance management, the timing, the execution. All of this is just flawless and perfect when Polytheist is on this druid. But the question is, how brave and how confident is he against the mirror match? Somebody else who is also a savage on the Fire Druid. How confident is he in his ability to take him down, to execute flawlessly in this conjuncture here? Look at that, Track Amp getting all of his pets blown up here. He's trying to claim the center of the octagon here, if you will, right? He's trying to claim the center and hit Polytheist as he circles around the outside. The problem with that, though, is if Poly can CT cast... Uh-oh, look at this. He got dropped. I was wondering what happened there. He got dropped. Is Polytheist going to take advantage of it? Oh, no, hell no. Yeah, he says, did he drop? He certainly did. He certainly did. Oh, shit, Polytheist is full. I thought he'd pieced him up a little bit here. Yeah, Polytheist, he dropped. Polytheist like a gentleman, just backing off. Yeah, he dropped. We saw it happen. Yeah, we saw him DC. Damn, son. Praise to be RNGesus. Yeah, right. Hell yeah, AF50. That was an epic win, man. There are Din players all across the world who are raising their shields to the AF50. That was a big win versus Smolps in the Melee division, I gotta say. Big win, man. All right, as Track Amp gets set up, boys, this is the title bout of the evening. Let's fucking go. In this corner, we have reigning, defending, dominant DFC HLD champion Polytheist. This guy got a little bit of a taste of his opponent here in that first round. I think he's going to take a little bit of damage here, and these guys going to try to repair this and just restart. Polytheist was full, no damage on him. These guys going to pick up where they left off. Track Amp trying to claim the center of the map and try to hit Polytheist as he circles around him. But Polytheist so good at this. Look at this. CT casting those Kanos, that Fisher on the inside. Now Track Amp working his way out. Track Amp not liking the center there. Now he's landing shots. Damn, son. What about, this is a mirror match right here you don't often get to see. There's not, at this point in history, I don't think there's a ton of players who have mastered this build. Not only does it take specific gear, it takes specific strategies, it takes a knowledge and know-how to duel just about any class out there, and it takes a bit of a different dueling style than most players have. Not only do you need to know how to chain and be aggro, but you also need to be refined in your skills and abilities, knowing when to back off, take the mid-range, kite your opponent into the absolute fiery fuckery that you paint the Bloodmoor with. It's so wild. It requires on-the-spot mentality switching. And it can also turn into a real duel. The real rep to full duels of attrition that the Bloodmoor are most pridefully known for. It can turn into whatever duel you want it to be. That's the ability of the Fire Druid, but it certainly does take a special pilot to be able to pull that off. Polytheist ate a little bit of damage early on, but he is repping to full. He is repping back. He is ready to turn this into a real duel just as much as Trackham. Both of these guys want it, and only one can walk out with the belt. Who will it be? These guys are ready to make this a bloody, Bloodmore bloodbath. It is getting real. Very hard to land shots, I gotta say. Very hard to land shots on your opponent because you've got to have some respect for how good they are. You gotta have some respect for the build, the new items. You gotta pay some homage, right? Yeah, first person to be aggressive and stomp loses. Yeah, that's the problem with the Fire Druid is oftentimes if you have a pilot who knows how to up boulder, if you get aggro and your timing ain't right, they'll take advantage of it. That's the thing. You can get aggro with them. Most of their skills have cooldowns, right? But you always run the risk of running into Armageddon. Just comes with the territory. But for example, the Necro can really pull that off. The Necro is a very, very bad matchup for the Fire Druid. It is, it's horrible. They lose most of the time. And a Necro will, you know, a good player like Squigs will show you exactly how to aggro a Fire Druid. The exact timing. You can look back at those matchups of Squigs, and even though he's on a Necro and has a bit of a different attack strategy, you can use it to see the windows where Poly or any Fire Druid is weak, right? It's masterful, but the thing is, I don't think a lot of people understand the timing. It is certainly something that's difficult to get down, and you always have the threat of Armageddon. That's what sucks. That's the biggest thing. He's getting 1400 ping lag spikes over here. Polytheist, what a guy, man. He's waiting it out. He's even full life. He's got no life to rep back here. He's just waiting it out, letting his opponent recover here. This guy is a true champion. A gentleman of a champion, if you will. Coach Jason and Skybound and Q, please. Got you, brother. All right. Y'all are up next, man. Coach Jason and Skybound. Hell yeah. Holy shit, nice up boulder there from Paulie. Track amp ate that one hard. This is one of those duels you'll rarely get a clean life check on someone. Can it turn into a 3-hour duel? Maybe, right? It possibly can. That's something that you will see a lot of times at the top of the heat, at the top of the division in HLD. Almost no matter what is dueling, it can turn into a 3-hour duel. If I wanted, like, put it this way, if I was on a Din and I wanted to pride it out versus Paulie, that's a very bad, obviously I'm going to lose this matchup. I could pride that out and probably turn it into a 3-hour duel if I wanted to. Right? Like, even though I'm probably going to lose it. You know, that's the thing. That's what happens at the highest level of competition. And that is a facet of PvP. Sometimes duels turn into duels of attrition. If this does go on long, what we can do is we can look at other duels in the meantime. We've got Coach Jason in the queue here with Skybound as well. We can check that out. But I'd love to see this first round and see how this is going to go. We'll be able to tell after this first round how long it might be. All right, I'm playing D2R again. Yeah, hey, hell yeah, man. It's the best game. Look at this. Polytheist stacking up big damage here. He might be willing to take some risks. He might be willing to take some risks here, but he knows what that drawback is. If he gets in there close, that could be it. There could be a lot of damage that comes onto him very quickly, but he certainly is winning this long-range game. He's certainly winning the long range game. He's just too used to it. I mean, if you've seen Polytheist play, this guy streams a lot. He has his own YouTube channel, Polytheist. This guy streams, man, nearly every day, and you can see his play on this Druid. He is getting in there in pubs, having some great duels with people, and you can just see his tactics, his strategies. Great CTs, great name grabs, but the reason why I don't think he gets enough credit is because a lot of times when people get in there with name grabs that are so good at it, they're often implementing a different strategy, right? If you're so quick at getting name grabs, a lot of times what people will do is they'll often chain lock or telly lock or do something that is otherwise notably impressive, right? But Polytheist doesn't need to. He comes in, gets that name lock, and just drops a Kano on you, right? It's your job to get the fuck out of the way. He don't care about chasing you a lot of times. He can, and there's some matchups where he does, but oftentimes if Polytheist is telly chaining your build, he probably doesn't have any respect for it, you know, and that or you don't, you know, there's always a way to stop the aggro, and that's the thing that people don't understand. With like telly chaining and chain locking and all of this shit, there's always a way to stop the aggro. A lot of times. Depends on the pilot, right? You get Marvel up in there telly chaining you, you're fucked and there's nothing you can do. But for most players, there's always a way to stop the aggro. And that is oftentimes up smiting, up bouldering, up shooting, up spearing. You know, that's usually a way to get people to stop telly chaining you, right? Is when you just make them start eating big damage for it. Up hammering, yeah, up NATOing, everything, right? That's usually the answer to it. So if you don't have a way to do that, to keep your opponent in check, or if you don't know about it or aren't good at it, a lot of times people are going to telly chain you out of just no respect, right? They know that you can't deal with it. But then again, you've got players who can really capitalize on those telly chains, you know, especially if you are even slightly green on your build and you don't have the timing down and you go up against a good pilot with a nasty telly chain, their timing is already impeccable. So they are literally waiting and sensing when you're not ready, right? Or when you're trying to do something else, and that's when they're gonna smite, or, you know, that's when they're going to attack. And get off of the telly chain, whirlwind, right? Like something, because they know you're not going to telly away. You're about to try something else. Your movement, your angle, your proximity to the wall, you know, all of these things are something that they immediately take into account and can capitalize on. But again, that depends on the pilot. Poly is the reason why I made a Druid. I just swapped to Fury a year ago. No shit, man. That's awesome. I'm sure he'd be honored to hear that. Yeah, it is certainly the most devastating HLD class right now. The Fire Druid. He certainly has taken this to all new heights. Oh, he knows. Yeah, that's awesome, man. That's awesome. I'm glad you told him that. Serenity and Pony. Oh shit. All right. Serenity versus Baloney Pony. Dude, hell yeah. All right, we got Coach Jason and Skybound in the queue, Serenity and Baloney Pony. This could be a long duel right here. So after this round, we're going to cut over to Coach Jason versus Skybound and check that out in between rounds here. This first round has given us a good idea of what Track Amp must do, right? Right now, he's stuck in this pattern, or Pauly is forcing him into this pattern. There it is. Pauly gets there, forcing him into this pattern of taking the center of the stage there. And that's exactly what Pauly wants, so that he can CT up on him. He can get these name locks faster than Track Amp can deal with it. Damn, son. 1-0 so far for Pauly. Can't wait to see what those guys are rocking, if they ended up going with the new items or not. Gonna be wild. I don't see a stream for either one of those guys, Coach Jason or Skybound. Let me know if I'm wrong. No stream for those guys, so we can't kick over yet. All right, we got one up for Coach Jason. Let's pop in and check it out. Coach Jason versus Skybound. Welcoming Skybound to the DFC on his Sin. Coach Jason coming in on his VT. But does he have what it takes to take down Skybound? One would say that the advantage rests with the assassin player. However, anyone who's seen Serenity Duel might think that that's the exact opposite of how this duel goes. The Sin Killer. Where on the spectrum does Coach Jason fall? We're about to find out. He's certainly got himself a savage din here. But can he execute versus Skybound? You never know what kind of sin this guy's coming in with. Coach Jason's gonna chain lock this sin to death? Oh, hell yeah, that'd be sick, man. That would be savage. All right, hold on. I'm gonna close this window now, man. Now it's getting cold up. Tell that to AF50. It was 82 degrees in his house, he was saying, man. I've been having that same problem this time of year, man. It gets super cold at night, like 50s, and then it gets fucking like 80s during the day. So it's like you can't really put a fucking AC in. I gotta get one of them heating units. Let's go, Sin Max says. Look at this. We got a World Girl in here on Skybound. A lot of World Girls these days. And those traps, it could have been a low roll, or they could be a distraction. Big hits there for Coach Jason. Yeah, those could have been low rolls there. Or these could be distractions. We don't see any big damage coming the way of from these traps. There's not a lot of big damage. That was a big whirlwind hit, though. That was huge. This guy might be on a hybrid, more leaning towards Ghost. This indeed is not a great matchup for that, not gonna lie. But he might be. The traps haven't done a shit ton. The traps haven't done a shit ton. Yeah, and based on the way he's playing, I think he might be on Ghost. That was a big hit. That Venom hit there, too. What do you think, Max? The damage of these traps, it almost seems like it is indeed a distraction. These don't seem like hybrid trap hits. They don't seem like trapper trap hits. But those World Girl hits really seem to hurt. And look at this. He's even got that Cloak of Shadows up there, which really tells me his main priority is getting through that Din defense. And there it is, man. He gets in there. Holy shit. Holy shit. I think he is. Yeah, it looks like Ghost. Level 1 traps by the looks of it. Yeah, I would agree. So this is interesting. I feel bad for Skybound. Sorry if I didn't notice that. This is indeed a tough matchup for a Ghost. But that being said, he's actually playing it very well. You can tell he has played this before. He's played this rough matchup before. He's not only casting the Cloak of Shadows to lower the defense of the Din, but notice the way he plays. Notice he's not going in and just trying to randomly score a whirlwind, right? Like, he's not getting hyper aggressive. He understands the challenge at hand here, and he's trying to play that mind game with the Din, right? He's trying to catch him. He's trying to catch him. He's trying to get him to fall him a little bit. Commit to that FOH as he goes in for a whirlwind. Very smart. Very, very smart player. Yeah, those are level 1 traps for sure. Yeah, he has an insane Din. I mean, this guy he's insane on every character he's playing. All right. We saw a little bit of a whirlwind hit there. Oh, look at these chains, man. Coach Jason coming in. Showing the prowess not only in melee, but also in HLD with the chains. This guy's a savage. And Ghost POS, big cheers to you, man. Good to see you, brother. Ooh, okay, that time, yeah, Trap only did like 35 damage. I think Coach Jason took off a lot of his absorb there, too. Nice hit from Skybound. Oh my god, an amazing, amazing chain there from Coach Jason. I have got to say, first of all, sorry to Skybound for this matchup. This is tough. but also, holy shit. Wild, man. Holy shit. Ghost POS. He says, looking forward to your next YouTube vid, boss. Thanks, man. Did you see earlier? We gave a little preview of the next challenge vid anyway. Who knows when it'll be out, but we had Bruno help me with a musical score for it, which was heavily inspired by AC/DC. Shit was dope, man. Yeah, that was a little earlier in the stream. I think we started the show with it. It's kind of crazy. It was wild. I can't wait. Just that scene alone has got me fucking pumped for it, man. So I hope you like it. It's been fun to make so far. It was fun to do. But big cheers, Ghost POS. That's awesome, man. Is Llama gonna rap in it? We wouldn't want to embarrass him with some sort of rap battle again. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. We don't need to be winning all the time. Yeah, Ghost should be a loud master. Agreed. Maybe that's also something we put up in there. You know what? Distinguish. Yeah, possibly other things too. Yep, if level 1 trap's not trap or a hybrid, yeah. His Geeds belt is so friggin' GG. Is it 100% P, dude? Is it like 15 all res, 20, 20, 20, fucking -7? If so, that's so fucking insane. Unleash the sins, man. Give me master versus all. I need the handicap, right? Dude, I honestly think, yeah, we have kind of dialed back some rules regarding sins in recent history. Just because, I mean, yeah, they have indeed fallen out of dominance, which is the reason why we put those rules up in the first place. Nice whirlwinds there. Oh my god. What a duel there. I'm telling you, this guy is a savage Ghost player. This might be his first DFC fight, but you can tell this guy is a savage Ghost player. This is a tough matchup for him. This is very, very hard to take down a good, decked out VT. It is very hard. And just his pattern of play, the way he's doing this is phenomenal. I think Riz would look upon this Sin gameplay and be proud. How's about winner takes next round? He's Skybound trying to negotiate his way. Yeah, I'm glad you liked it, Indy. There was somebody who left a comment that was like, this is gonna go down as like a cult classic in the D2, like, in the D2 era of videos. He's like, this will be a D2 cult classic video. And I'm like, that's awesome, man. That's what I aim for with everything I do now, you know? Like, I try to make good shit. $20 something else on the belt. Yeah, holy shit. Yep, the trap tricks are out here. We can definitely tell. That was a high roll on it, and he got like 100 damage. But I think even Coach Jason has dialed back the absorb here. This is a lot of this damage so far. There's just a couple hundred damage that's come Coach Jason's way. Has actually come from traps. Oh, but now he's landing some smites, and now... there it is, another big one. Now Skybound is in trouble. Really love the way he's playing this, though. He's leaning into the fact that Coach Jason has taken off some sword here, which is smart. But I think he's leaned into trap damage a little more. Which, it's hard to do on a Ghost. It's still not going to do much, but he's doing like a couple hundred now when Coach Jason gets blown up by traps, which isn't a lot. But, like, I think he might work this into his strategy, which this just suggests top-tier Sin play. Like, he is literally playing to his outs here, and this is what This is the mark of a very good PvP player. He's not giving up in this otherwise rough matchup for him. He's playing to his outs. He's trying to lean more on traps for this round because he knows it might get him through this round. But Coach Jason getting in there with some nasty chains. GG, Travix, and damn, there it is, man. Coach Jason getting in with a clean 4-0. Good duels, but an epic performance, I gotta say. I am very impressed by Skybound's Ghost play here. That was incredible. Yeah, very, very rough matchup for him. I apologize for that matchup, Skybound. But holy shit, that was some really good Ghost play. Yeah, I think he's gonna go grab his body real quick. Holy shit, yeah, we gotta check this out. Damn, son. All right, we get to see this Coach Jason gear here as well. We've heard a lot of good stuff about it. Yeah, it looks like he didn't come off from his Wisp setup here. So he still kept that on. He just didn't really swap out much. He planned for the traps. We might be able to tell something from this setup. I'm pretty sure it's like full Ghost, but maybe we'll learn something from this. Let's see. He's got 45 lifer, does Coach Jason. Charms. Look at this. A 220, 2 open socket, Vizzo helm with 240 15s. That's got Ghost written all over it. And that claw, that's Ghost. That's Ghost all day. Yeah, there is no real traps behind this. Like, that is big Ghost damage. High Lord, he was on 65 cast. Yeah, this is Ghost. 320-20 charms up in there too. Look at that, 100% perfect Mage Plate Enigma. Nearly 100% perfect Grief. The only thing that isn't 100% perfect is the minus 21 poison res on that Grief. That is amazing. And look at this. That's basically a top tier melee ring, but with cast. Like, that's incredible. Yeah. Solid, brother. Absolutely insane. Yeah, he's showing off the rest of this gear here too. Using that Horizon's Legacy, this is a way that Din players, VTs now, can reach adequate smite breakpoints with a Zerker Axe and maintain Cannot Be Frozen, which allows them to hit 125 or 75 casts for whatever matchup. That new combo, the Horizon's Legacy boots and the Horizon's gloves, just incredible on Dins. Just incredible on these Dins. Having Cannot Be Frozen in the boot slot opened up so much. Look at that, minus 10, 60 life, DR. Holy shit, what a Sunder Charm there. What a Sunder Charm. Big cheers to Skybound. Sorry about the matchup, bro, but holy shit, nice Sin play. That was incredible. That was probably some of the best Ghost Sin play in a rough situation that I've ever seen. That is wild, man. GG's, bros. All right, let's pop back into the title bout here and see how this one is going. Track Amp versus Polytheist.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Damn, son. All right, here we go. We plow back into Polytheist point of view here. He is at full health. Let's see if we can get a life check here for Track Amp. Track Amp, almost at full health. These guys bouncing back and forth with each other here. We don't exactly know the score. Where we left off, it was 1-0 in favor of Polytheist. This could go back and forth. Both of these guys motivated to take this title home with them tonight. It's a good question, Animatron, but I think this is how you would determine a top dueler. You would have to look at more than just a win-loss, right? That's why it's hard to determine on a rolling basis, you know, but if you'd have to kind of look at overall over a long period of time, you know, which you'd have to look at the amount of tournaments they won. Right, like, and you could count DFC championship title defenses as a tournament win, right? Like, but you would also look at other tournaments. You would look at possibly team duels. You could mix those in there. But you could also look at variety of classes that they've played on. You might take that into account. You don't have to. But I think it's important unless you have someone like Elite, right? Who is basically a Necro-main. He did play other classes, but he's basically a Necro-main that was so good on that class. He played to his outs always, and it just dominated on one class for so long. Same could be said for Polytheist. It's really hard. I think you got to take in a lot of factors, but I would say to determine top dueler in the simplest sense, nowadays, I honestly think this is a great indicator of it. How many times have they defended the DFC belt? I honestly think that's a great indicator in recent history of who is the overall, like, best duelers. And you could look at over the last several years, right? Look at Go Gators. He defended the title, like, what, 11 or 12 times? Something like that? 11 or 12 times. I want to say 11. Not sure. Would have to look at it. Pretty crazy. Like, and that was in a row, right? But we could look at total title defenses, and that's crazy. He's obviously a standout, crazy good dueler. Toshank also has the record for most consecutive HLD title defenses, right? As soon as you get above that, like, 8, 9 title defenses mark, I think it's a pretty good indicator you're one of the top duelers in recent history. Squigs as well, right? Yeah, it's a great way to put it, Max. It's like porn. Definition can be kind of vague, but you know a top dueler when you see it. Exactly. It's very true. Very true. You just kind of know it when you see it. And, you know, Squigs is one of those guys that came in. He was a pretty polished dueler coming into the DFC, but he wasn't like top dueler. As soon as he defends the DFC title belt like 8+ times in a row, you can see the decisions he makes. You can see how he prepares, you know, all of this. It's like, that is, okay, that's a top dueler. I would say Squigs doesn't get put on enough of those lists, right? Like, he's an incredible dueler. I think it's just a good litmus test. Anyone who has been known as a top dueler fits into that category, right? Like, you got Toshank, Gators, Elite, all of those guys in history have just defended it consecutively so many times, right? Because it's never, here's the thing, it's never fucking easy. Sometimes people are like, easy matchup or whatnot, but not really. You know, it's kind of non-biased. People move up the charts by winning over a 100-day window, right? And when they float to the top of the ranks, they get a title shot, right? It's how it is. There's other things that are mixed up in there, but usually it's top 10 fighters that get title shots, and it takes a lot to get into the top 10. So if you're constantly defending the title, you are defending it against the most active top duelers in the entire world. And when you do that so many times in a row, it's hard to make an argument that you're not among the top duelers, regardless of how you do it. And by the way, Bruno, what's up, man? Yeah, Bruno says he's never lost a title match. True. Very true. Big cheers, brother. Paulie probably won't stomp in this match. Paulie probably won't stomp. But we are watching Track Amp's point of view right now, and you can see he's getting pieced up. Paulie Theus just ate him alive as he tried to close the distance on Paulie there. Let's pop over to Paulie's stream here. Oh shit, whoops. I think I clicked get on Steam instead of watch stream. Oh well, shit happens. Hopefully we're not buying shit on Steam that we don't need to be. We don't need to be spending money on fire druids. We got fucking Polytheist at home. Yeah, polished was a nice way to put it, Squigs. Polished as in you weren't retarded. You know, you knew what you were doing. By polished, I mean not retarded. You know, that's, I guess, what I meant by that. You ain't the worst dueler in history, Will. You ain't. Yep. Well, here's the thing. Honestly, how it works is like, if people have versed each other, there's like a tier of how matchups are made. But like, time since they've last dueled is like one thing that's in there, right? That usually is considered. Polytheist takes this round. He says, GG's, my boy. I think that's over. I think that's 4-0. Oh, no, that's 3-0. All right, there it is. He says, GG 3-0 for the Polytheist. I wonder if we'll get a peek in at the gear here and see if these guys went with the new items. I'm curious about that. I know that was a topic up for debate with this. Curious to see what these guys did if we get a peek at the gear. Oh, man. There it is. New jewel. Of course, there's that new jewel. Polytheist putting that new jewel in a whiz spike. Track Amp putting it in a suicide branch. No Sunder. No Sunder. Interesting. Let's pop over to Track Amp. See if he used a Sunder there. I don't see it on him. So perhaps they chose not to go Sunder there, or maybe they just... Maybe Sunder's a bad idea here. Jules, no Sunder. Oh, word. Okay. Yeah. No Sunder. Jules they used. I wonder, yeah. Matched Sunder, no problem. Oh, shit. Can't view him. Oh, no shit. Paulie was using the Sunder. What the fuck? Let's check this out. Holy shit. Oh, shit. Match Sunder? Yeah, I don't... Yeah, I don't think he was using a Sunder either. But, yeah. So, no Sunder these guys used. Interesting. I wonder if it's because you have... It's like -10, -10. It doesn't make any sense to use it, or if it was just, like, something they agreed on. But either way, crazy. Really cool to see, man. Epic mirror match. Polytheist does indeed have what it takes to take down the toughest other fire druid yet again. But until next time. Oh no, the match was no Sunder. Oh, since he said he didn't have, he took mine off to make it fair. Oh, word. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Word. All right, that was cool, man. That was cool. All right, so Sunder probably would have been a good idea. Yeah, useful, that's for sure. But all right, boys, holy shit. What a duel. Polytheist and still. And you know what that means. We've got ourselves some din-based violence. Baloney Pony is going to try to get his revenge versus Serenity. But can his Warlock take down a Din legend? In this corner, we have got Din legend himself, Serenity. This guy is known to win matchups that he just shouldn't win. And, wait, nope, never mind, I'm looking at Squigs. Whoops, never, wrong stream. Here. Anyways, Serenity. There he is, on the Din. Yeah, just making sure you guys are awake, alright? Just making sure. Making sure you guys are alive out there. And now that I know you are, this is Serenity right here. This is Serenity. We also got Squigs up in here. We'll put you in the queue, brother. Yeah, this guy known for winning matchups that he shouldn't win. But he has beaten Baloney Pony before on his Warlock, on his hybrid Warlock. But the thing is, Baloney Pony, he learns. He learns like an absolute top-tier dueler. And he might have made some adjustments. The game has made some adjustments since these guys matched up the first time. The game has allowed Baloney Pony to cast multiple chains now. The game has given him some tools. But the rules have changed in the DFC. Now these warlocks not allowed any pets. They can have an Oak Sage, but not allowed to cast any pets. Will that have an effect on Serenity's ability to grab a name lock and to punish him like he does so many other players? This will be interesting, man. A win over Serenity here is going to be huge. Look at this. Serenity coming in. I love it already. He's already preparing for those chains. You can tell from the Sunder in his inventory. He is preparing for those chains. He is looking to make moves from the outside and discourage Baloney Pony with that FOH. Baloney Pony might have some outside plans of his own, though. FOH versus no pets is kind of strong. You're damn straight it is. Damn straight. Yeah, Light Sunder on VT. Cute. Yeah, that Din Circlet is nasty. Good duels, Paulie, and congrats, man. You are one hell of a foe. You're one hell of a foe. One hell of a guy, too, man. Big cheers to this guy. And here we go. Serenity working his way from the outside. He is 125 cast. These guys will share the same cast frames. Warlock versus Din. Oh, my God. Big hits there from the chains. You can tell early Serenity is in trouble. Recognizing the power of these miasma shots here. Uh-oh, Serenity in trouble from those chains. Really focusing in on that FOH. He's got to be careful, though. That controller auto-aim from Baloney Pony is ridiculous. He gets caught in the chain again. That FOH doing some work. It looks like he got hit by a miasma cloud there. Uh-oh. And another chain. He quickly breaks it. But damn, Serenity is trying to figure this build out here. Damn, man. Holy shit, those chains hit hard. He might have gone all in on these chains, man. That's some big damage. That's some big damage. He is really leaning into it. I think he notices Baloney Pony. He notices that's going to be the big way. Those chains really have something to say about those Dins. That's what they do, man. They got something to say about those Dins. Chains are just the way to take them out. And he is really leaning into that. He won the long-range game in that matchup versus Serenity. Interesting. Because I think Serenity was really leaning on that. I think he leaned on that as, I'll probably win this from the outside, right? Oh, looks like he, looks like Serenity might have dropped or exited there. Yeah, Invisa chains hit really hard. Nothing hits harder than a chain you don't see coming. And look at this, really leaning into that miasma bolt as well. I think Baloney Pony might have just gone full, might be going full magic warlock for this. I think it's the best in this matchup. But now you can see that FOH and how much that hurts when he gets hit by it. Oh no, he's throwing in that. He's throwing in some fire spells here too. But look at this. You can just see from these hits. The FOH from Serenity is certainly annoying and can certainly win him the fight, but whenever Baloney Pony gets these chain hits in here, it is just vicious. Wow, that's just nuts. And Baloney Pony trying to stay on the outside. There's been a couple of opportunities for Serenity to get in, but I think he's a little timid with the chain damage here, and you can't really blame him. Because if he comes in and these chains are invisible or whatnot, it's going to be a bad day. It's going to be a bad exchange for him. That FOH is doing some damage. Holy shit, man. That's crazy. All of that damage right there was from FOH. No smites there. I think Serenity is... He's using these rounds right here to kind of test... to test out this damage. He goes, you can shoot chain? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this guy is a hybrid. Chain, fire, everything. Shooting bolts, chains, everything. This lock is incredibly versatile. Yeah, I think Serenity is he's gonna need to be real patient versus this. Baloney Pony's gonna be spamming these spells. He's gonna be trying to protect himself, but he will get lax here eventually. Serenity needs to stay way on the outside. Make sure he doesn't get chained here. Just wait for his opportunity. Wait till these chains aren't up and he's got to get up in there and land some big smites just like that. That's how he's got to do it. Oh my god, but look at the damage. Look at how he got punished for that smite for trying to get in there. Holy shit. Serenity now keeping that distance, trying to work that FOH. I think he said, okay, I've landed my smite. I'm gonna try to land this FOH a little better and see if I can finish that way. Playing to his outs, it's really the only thing he can do here. This is a scary fight. And he got caught in that chain right there. Curious to see how much damage that did. Top dueler here. You do realize that I'm one of the more well-known, better duelers in the PvP community, right? Bowie is here, guys. Oh, it's Primo. Yeah. What up, Primo? Happy to make a game and remind you. What an epic quote. What an epic quote. You do realize I'm one of the best duelers. Or better known, better duelers in PvP, right? Bowie had some epic quotes, man. Absolutely epic. Yeah, he was insane. The rep to full shit was hilarious too. Legendary quotes from a real one. This doesn't even look like the same person anymore. That's very hard. Serenity is certainly, I think, discouraged by these chains. Pretty wild. Damn, man. Holy shit. Yeah, those chains are insane. Need RTF command. Yep, yeah, that's what we need. We certainly do need it. Hold up. Add RTF command. Gots to figure that out. Alright, let's check this out from Serenity's standpoint. This feels bad. I'm not gonna lie. This feels bad. Holy shit. Alright, here we go. He's got his back against the ropes, boys. Can he get it done? Can he get it done? We about to find out. Serenity's in some trouble as he gets hit by these chains. Damn, bro. The chains too powerful. That is wild. Certainly not a good matchup for those Dins. Mental note taken. Fuck those warlocks.
How low will I have to sink to accomplish my goal?
Damn those friggin' warlock players. Wow. Yeah, those chains, that's just so powerful. Well, those chains got a fucking buff in the patch. You can now cast those infinitely. Which, good and bad, right? Like, the warlock needs something that's powerful in PvP, but It's so hard to balance, right? And can you have chain up and see what my what I'm opening to engage? Oh wow, holy shit. Yeah, he's taking like 1,000 per hit. That's one chain basically kills him. All those. Yeah, he says doesn't matter where I am. Nope. Yep, doesn't matter the distance. You just gotta break the chain if you get it on you. It sucks because you have to like telly off, and controller has like the auto aim. But yeah, Serenity is confused by these chains. He's learning about them because, hey man, this is the mark of a good dueler here too, right? Wants to know more about the skill that he lost to. And certainly where a new skill like chains, it's difficult to understand it, right? I think chains has really good matchups and it has really bad matchups. I was unsure about the Din, but it seems as though Din is a good matchup for chains. I was thinking so, just mainly because Joby and I were fucking around when the Warlock came out, and I got sick of using Abyss, so I just used Chain, and that was back when it had a cooldown, and I was still fucking him up. So I was like, yeah, this might be a little powerful. Oh, and look at this. Yeah, he had that magic Sunder and everything. Yeah, both of these guys rocking the Sunders. Yeah, exactly. The random shit, it's not just from chains, it's literally from like any attack, right? Like it's so any attack that's cast off your opponent's mini-map and then they telly onto it. It's like it's all of them are invisible, from spirits to hammers to chains, and it's like, but Invisa chains are especially obnoxious because they cover so much ground. It's like the hitbox for the chain is the most vicious thing. It's like, imagine a guided arrow that could hit anywhere along its path if you tellied into it. Or like multi-shot that had, if you telly anywhere where the arrow's been, you get hit by it. That's crazy. Yeah, wild, man. Well, a learning curve. Sorry about the bad matchup, Serenity. I had no idea. Baloney Pony gets his revenge, leaning into those chains. And damn, son. That one has got to taste good against an absolute legend. Let's pop over to the Squigs. Squigs, look at this. Look at that back glow he's got on his character. He's finally found the Sunder Charms to complete the look. He has got the footprints. He's got the back glow. And he most certainly has that portal. This guy has completed the game. He has done it, boys. Play around with chains on mobs and you'll notice something is off. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with Primo, though. If Warlock, then delete. Yeah, and he's on controller, so it auto-targets. It felt especially bad with that. But even if he didn't auto-target, he could just paint them more with chains. And then Serenity just can't even come in. You could theoretically, if you didn't have auto-aim on the controller, it probably gets even worse. Because you could just throw a chain downwards and walk into it. If it's so bad, or walk up from it so that your opponent has to chase you to smite you. It's so bad. Yeah, it's pretty bad, I think, for the Din. But alright, here we go, boys. This is Squigs. And Squigs tonight is going up against Siri. Siri on the droid. He's coming in on a droid. I'm happy to see that. Happy to see Siri swapping it up, coming in, mixing it up, man. And going in for some traditional NVD against an absolute legend. Nice shots there from Squigs. This guy is wild. It looks like they might have agreed to some modified rules here. Perhaps no new items, no Sunders, and possibly 13 Spirit with bear only, no teeth, and Clay Golem. Crazy. Nice hits there from Siri. Oh, this is Wind Kai. Oh, no shit. Okay, I didn't know that. Thank you for the update. Yeah, I should have known. I should have seen that character name. Wind Kai. Exhibition. Fuck it. Get it in there, man. Hell yeah. Possibly modified rules here. Wind Kai has gone in. He's gotten himself a win tonight versus another Necro player. So he's feeling on fire here tonight. But now he's taking on the best of the best. Can he take down an absolute legend? We're going to find out. Restrict Warlocks, no Enigma. I think Warlocks are fine right now. They're kind of like Zons in the sense that they have really good matchups that I'm not really aware of fully yet. And they also have really bad matchups, which I may or may not also be fully aware of yet. I just think that's kind of the state of Warlocks. I'm not totally convinced that Chains is absolutely broken. Like, it's a very powerful spell, but I'm not convinced it's ban-worthy. I'm not convinced they need any further nerfs at this point. But we'll see. We'll see. I think they lose to a Fire Druid all day. I think they lose to maybe a Necro all day. I think they lose to Zons. Maybe Chains doesn't lose to a Zon. Who knows? All of these things are like up in the air. We don't know. On the note of Warlocks, any in chat, in search of opponent, right? Siri couldn't make it, so Squigs versus Bonkai Exhibition MVD ladder rules. Oh, no shit, that's awesome. Thanks for the update, Premium. Can't wait for the next character in future expansion, right? Now that we're in the degenerate part of the stream with Warlocks, yeah, might as well, right? We've reached the degenerate piece. Yeah, I don't think so either, Crypto. I think I should have known that before making that. But I knew Baloney was on a hybrid, so I'm like, perhaps that can make a difference. Maybe the damage isn't so much with the chains, but I mean, you could always lean into it on a hybrid too, right? But yeah, I thought the same thing. The fact that I was so easily beating Joby with chains, like on a character I didn't really know much about, like I shit on Joby a lot, but he's a really good Din player. Like he's really good at he's a really good smiter player. And it was easy. Like there was no way I could possibly lose. I was like, yeah, I need to stand still, lag out, or some shit. Moonster, what's up, man? Doing great tonight. How about yourself, man? Welcome in. No, Blood Boil plus Tainted is probably not beatable. But you can do it in Lock v Lock. I think that's beatable by Abyss. But you got to be a really good Abyss player. I think that matchup, Blood Boil and Tainted, is now probably pretty even with those Abyss locks. You need to have a good Abyss player. Max is an incredible Blood Boil player, and really showcases how insane that build really is. But those skills are really only allowed in Lock v Lock. So in the DFC, you could join with like an Abyss lock, but your only options are to fight another Warlock. Like it's kind of its own little sector, right? But if you join up as a fair lock, you can fight anything.
At this point, lock versus lock only and just melee with no skills to be fair. F locks. Ban them.
Fuck locks, ban 'em. Bro, Kyle, thank you so much for the dono, brother. Huge. But that being said, I think possibly a Cold Sork might be able to take one out, man. Speak of the devil. I think Cold Sork might actually be a bad matchup for Lock too. I'm not sure, but again, we won't know. Maybe time will go by and we'll see that they are actually really insane. I'm not convinced yet, but we'll see. We'll see, man. Big cheers. Thanks again, Kyle. Appreciate you, brother. Preach, Kyle, Primo says. Cold Sword can win versus some, but I think it's a losing matchup. No shit. Yep. Yeah, I think so too. I think Abyss is still better in top end, but good to hear, man. Doing great. Just got home from work. That's awesome, man. Always feels good to get done with the work day and tune into some digital violence, you know? A lot of lock haters out here, right? Yeah. Hey, man, I say it's a new build. It's a new build. It's a new build. We don't understand much about it yet. More data needed. More data needed. Everybody bans shit so quick. There's obviously some shit that's really busted, right? Like, this is what it took. Max was there when I built my first Abyss lock. He was there when I joined my first pub game with an Abyss lock. He saw the learning curve. It took 2 minutes.
Hex. Bane legal in Melee LLD.
Hex Bane would do a lot of magic damage. In melee duels, if it's specifically a melee duel, I wouldn't think so. I think it would do too much damage. But regular duels, yeah, it's fine. By the way, Frosty, thanks so much for the dono, man. Yeah, I would say probably not allowed in I forget, I think it would probably do a lot of damage, a lot of like non-physical damage. The spirit of melee is physical damage, right? So if you have like magic or elemental, like Bruno was like all in on this proc din. He loves the proc din and he wants to find a use for it. At first he was thinking melee, but then he's like, oh shit, like it's all elemental damage. But that's the thing, like it's cute, but it's doing a lot of its damage via elements. So there's no like conventional way to resist it, you know? You think a fire druid loses to a track amp? That's interesting. That is interesting. If that's true, we shall see, right? But we shall see. Could be the case that locks are busted. We will see. Chain Insane Invisa tick damage too. Just spam it around and then wait. Yeah, it's like there is a line of play where you can just spam like 10 chains and kind of walk around like a trap sin and just wait for your opponent to come and run into it, and then they just die immediately. That does feel bad. A fire truck doesn't have enough burst damage to last versus those chains. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. I think Serenity's on the right track. FOH Max spam the piss. I think so too. Honestly, I think Crypto's Din might have a better chance. Like, he goes FOH, tick damage with the aura. He's probably running away from the chains and making the lock chase him. When the lock chases him, he's probably charging in and then charging away. I think, like, that strategy, it's a little kitey, you know what I mean? Kitey and flighty, but that's probably the way at this point. I don't know about a Zon. I kind of wonder about the Zon, if that's a good or a bad matchup. Chains is really good versus a Zon. But how much damage can they take? You know, they could stack up decks and get max block. I don't know. I don't know, man. Could just be really busted. We'll see. Even the off-meta Warlocks are just too strong versus all, in my opinion. As Baloney is showing us now, and Bolok also. Yep, Warlock v Warlock, it's its own meta. Yeah, I think so, man. It's an interesting time to be alive, and it certainly is an interesting time to try to be inclusive of a new expansion and to try to run a PvP event that feels fair and fun to be a part of. Right? So, like, look at it from that, right? Like, we have the angle where we have this new expansion, and it is very fun, and there's a lot of interest in it. And there's a lot of players coming back who love the Warlock and just want to jam a Warlock in PvP, right? So, think about, as a community in PvP, how it looks to just ban the new class, right? Probably doesn't feel good to someone who might now be interested in it and playing on the Warlock, right? So, I always try to look at it from that standpoint of, like, what if there's new players coming in that love the lock so much and they want to do things in PvP? Really cool to see, right? But, man, how do you harness and welcome that while also having respect for a perfectly balanced PvP game? Not perfect, but a very well-balanced PvP game beforehand. It's tough. It is indeed tough. Yeah, like the Death Knight was in WoW. Yeah, just a fit power fantasy class. The Keel, Lock v Lock. Yep. Yeah. I honestly think it's cool to see. It just feels bad. It feels bad right now. Who knows? Who knows what can happen? Time will tell. More data needed. But I think probably a Necro is a bad matchup for the Lock, which Necro's also bad for Fire Druid. Necro can also beat Zon. I think a Necro might be the best. I think probably a Sin is bad for that Lock too. I think if you have a really insane Trapper, it's probably bad for that Warlock as well, but we'll see. I would love to see that matchup. Love to see more of it. Time will tell, you know? I think there's some obvious things that you know, in the spirit of being welcoming to all in PvP, it's like there's obviously some things that have got to go, right? Like Abyss is just so bad. You know, Blood Boil's so bad. Hey, Blood Boil's legal in the DFC now, boys. Did you know that? You can't have any pets, but you can Blood Boil if somehow. Pets are banned. Got to be a good barb that can take it down. Yeah, that's true too. Honestly, it could be weird though, because you got to figure if you get a good player like Baloney that knows the tricks, he might be able to set something up versus barbs, like with chains. He just waits for the barb to come in and just has a shit ton of chains waiting. The barb takes his swing and just fucking dies. You know what I mean? That could be it. That could be the strat. But then again, maybe you get a bow barb. Maybe you get a barb with a bow and arrow on the outside. That ain't so pretty. Can't really smite versus chain. Seems like you take more. Yeah. Oh, exactly. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, I feel bad about that matchup, Serenity. I should have known because I was like, okay, Baloney Pony's gonna lean into chains. We've seen this on his build. How much was the real question? It's the smart thing to do versus a Din. Because I was just telling people, even on the first version of Lalak, I was just trolling Joby. He was on Smiter, and I was just using chains back when there was a cooldown, and it felt like he couldn't win. Like, I wasn't really that great on the Warlock, but it just felt like he couldn't win versus chains. Look at this, man. Squigs on the Druid now. These guys have chosen to go FT3 mirror match here, and Squig's showing some prowess on this. Trappers lose to players who know how to fight it. Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. I guess the Lock could also shoot Miasma Bolt from the outside, which gives him a little bit of distance. Still not as much as the traps. But, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's tough. It's tough, man.
Bring back the Elephant Sin to roast the Warlock.
There we go. Let's friggin' do it, man. I honestly don't think there's enough Elephant Sins in the DFC. There's a lot of World Girls these days, and World Girls are really fun. But I might even do this. I might even convert my Sin, now that I've obviously proven my prowess as the top Necro in the world. I might do the same thing on the Sin, and convert my Sin, get me some new rings, and go like full, I wouldn't say full elephant, but certainly abusing the new powerful items for lightning damage, and just stacking that Sin out with some vicious fuckery. And just laying some 5 stacks and piecing the fuck out, you know? Good stomps here from Squigs, but he's in trouble. I don't know, man. I think she might. If she gets in there, you could use Shadow Bay. That's not banned versus Warlock. So you're using Shadow Bay on FHR and faster hit recovery frames of basically a Paladin. So, get those chains. Get those chains and get them good. Because if you don't, you're going to get stuck in some traps. I don't know, man. I think it would be a good duel, but I have no idea. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. Holy shit, man. That was incredible. Huge comeback there for Squigs. He was actually very low.
I'm thinking play with both hands and feet, Paulie. Yeah, probably. Just roll your face across the key. 2 hands, 2 mice. Yep. Yep, that's it. An elephant sin, it kind of used to be a meme build, but it refers to an assassin that maximizes, just leans all in on lightning sentry damage and tries to make lightning sentry as viciously powerful as she possibly can, using things like facet jewels, sometimes even infinity, and just like leans so, like almost ignorantly heavy into lightning sentry damage. Fucking ignorantly heavy. We're talking like +6 trap claws heavy. +6 trap claws with like 2 facets or some shit, you know? Yeah, elephant equals large assassin. Much bigger than spider. Yep, that is indeed the best way to explain it. I don't know what I was thinking. Listen to Max. Elephant's bigger than a spider, ain't it? Duh. Fucking. So, yeah. Yeah. Look at this, man. Squigs is a savage. Not just on a Necro, but look at these telly chains on the droid. God damn. Squiggles is just the fucking... the bee's knees. I'm telling you, fucking top dueler. I ain't even fucking shitting you, man. That's that pornography example we're talking about, Max. Like, you know it when you see it. You watch Squigs on a class that didn't make him famous over here and tell me this guy ain't top-notch fucking... Holy shit. This guy identifies as a druid and his pronouns are shit. It's fucking wild, man. He's a good one. Squigs is my dude. Yeah, he is, man. He's a savage. We were just talking about him earlier. Well, someone asked a question about, like, how do you tell a top dueler? Like, you know, it's a great question. I think there's a lot that needs to be brought into account, but I tried to simplify it, you know? Mama always had a way of saying things that I could understand them, right? You gotta think like that. And I was like, probably one of the best ways these days to, like, gauge whether someone is a top dueler is, like, how many times they've defended a DFC belt. It's, like, really one of the only consistent dueling formats, right? That changes very little or changes deliberately, you know, and sees a lot of the same names that adapt and learn things, right? And I'm like, how many times they've defended a DFC title? Like, doesn't necessarily have to be consecutive, but may suggest, you know, that this person is a top dueler. So that's how Squigs came into the conversation, and I was just like, this is one that people underestimate all the time. But, like, if you put that in comparison and use that as a gauge, it will not only paint Squigs as a top dueler, but when you watch him duel, you also get that feel test. Like, yeah, this guy's insane. You can just see it with that druid play right there. Fucking insane. Really, really good, man. Yeah, he is fucking crazy. He is really good, man. Yep. The bear put in some work. Shaman. Dude, hell yeah, these guys showing off some gears here. I'm gonna have to convert my trapper. Look at that Tri-Res ring there. From Bonkai. Wind Kai. Magic Kai. Look at that. That's fucking savage. That's a 5-pointer. 230-20, 2 open socket with 2 rubies and that helm there for squiggles too. Holy shit. Look at that base life on it too. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Wow, we weren't pulling no punches there. That is savage. God damn. Yeah, them boots and everything, man. Jesus. That is nuts. Bro, what is this thing you guys are doing in the chat where I hover over it and it says something different now and gives me that little symbol? What is that? I need someone to explain it the way it makes sense to me. I'll see what I'm saying. Can you guys see that too? Or is that like you hover over Primo's message? Hover over Nimrod's. What the fuck? It's like, is it like converting? Oh fuck, I have no idea. I'm confused. GG's, boys. Alright. Do we got anybody else in the queue? We got the Wind Kai up in here. We've got a lot. We've seen a lot. We ain't got a lot though. Yeah, I agree though, Max. Like it or not, it's in the game. DFC is doing it right by allowing some Warlock and everything, but title matchups just to see how it plays out. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and who knows? At this point, it's not really barred from a title bout. There just hasn't been a lot in the top 10 that don't just do Warlock v Warlock. Like, Max has been very highly ranked in DFC for a very long time, but he just admittedly brings in these unfair Warlocks that is looking to Warlock v Warlock. If it weren't for that, he could easily get a title shot. You know what I mean? That's that's the thing. You know, so it's kind of a weird time. It's a weird time, but we'll work through it. That's what it is. Don't overreact. That's what I say. You know, just let it play out and we'll feel things out and just see what's up. It's the only way to do it, you know? Time will tell the best way to preserve the integrity of the D2 PvP. And we'll be here for it. We'll do our best. It's in the game now. It's the Twitch chat gem. If you click it enough time, Asmonbald comes to you in your sleep. Yeah, Max only plays fair classes now. Yeah, with Tegrity. With Tegrity. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. No team duels going on tonight either? Alright, alright. Is what it is. Is what it is, boys. Well, holy shit. Is there no one else? Is there no one else? Oh, let's give people a couple minutes and we'll get ready. We'll get ready to send it, boys. Holy shit. Yeah, damn, everybody's... It's kind of becoming a theme, Paul. We've been ending, like, before 1 a.m. My time quite a bit. It's like still 8 p.m. Pauly time, you know? Holy shit. Alright, just in case we got a raid up out of here. I fail to raid on Twitch all the time. I'm such a asshole. And by that I mean noob streamer. First time ever doing this. So, I haven't been streaming much. But, we chia now. We out chia. Yeah. Yeah, holy shit. Polythea says, I might boot up. Let's do it. Pauly, are you going? Let me know if you're going. We'll raid in on the Pauly. So that we can... If we're gonna be champions, we gotta know how to beat the champion. And the only way we're gonna know how to do that is if we stream snipe him. Gotta get in there, see his stash, take some screenshots, and know what the fuck he could possibly be doing. That's the thing. Yeah, he's like, give me 3 minutes or less. Yeah, no problem, no problem. So I'm gonna do. I'm gonna beat up on some people here to make myself feel better. How's that sound? Alright, here we are. We're on the Barbarian here. I was just beating up on Nimrod earlier in some LLD. Don't believe I even lost a round. Feels bad. Hate to embarrass him like that. He's a really, really good dueler. So, you know, I hate to bust out the prowess there, but I'm ready to do it again in HLD. The real question is if there's really anybody that can hold a candle to me. I don't think there is out there. I haven't seen any promising prospects here tonight, but perhaps there is. Let's make a game. I'm going to be on the Din, of course. Now, you know what? I'm going to be on the Necro. That's what I'm going to be on. Very fair class. Fair. GMPKX is the game. Oh, you think that was good, Animatron? You just wait. Watch this. Guarantee nobody will join this because scared. Look at this. They saw that I joined up on the Necro and they were like, "Oh shit. We can't be. We're not going to do anything about that." You got burnt today, Graham? Holy shit, man. It's kind of good. I'd rather that be the case with, you know, I'd rather have it be summer than winter. I fucking hate winter. Snow can go fuck itself, man. Oh, look at this. Oh. Look at this guy. Look at who it is. You know, all the... It's time to get you back for all those times I beat you in LLD, if you know what I mean. It's time to get my revenge for that. For all those times that I definitely beat you. Don't ask, why would I need to get revenge for beating him in LLD? Well, not everything has to make sense. Alright? Not everything really has to make sense. You figure it out. Alright, oh, look at this. Got a little sorceress up in here. Should be no problem. Alright, this is, I proved my prowess on the Necro here in recent history. It's a true story. As the top Necro player, all I had to do was fire it up, get the new items, get in there, get violent. It proved to be very tough for anybody to beat. I think the only way I got beat was someone brought in a warlock or something. Broken one. Yeah, so obviously didn't count. Alright, so we're going up against a Din here. We're gonna have some respect. He's got himself a bow. We're gonna have a little bit of respect here. We're gonna go spear only. Gotta have some respect for those Dins. Spear only is the way to go. Oh, who's this? Polytheist? Oh, you think... Alright, now I've heard a lot of shit talking from Gators about Dolan in the Valley of Snakes. I'd hate to do this, but I can show you how to beat this asshole out there in that valley, alright? Polytheist is scared of this Necro right here. Polytheist scared of him, right? Could show you how to take him right out. didn't have my potions. I didn't put my potions on. Watch out for the unit. That blizzard hurts. Yeah, that is indeed a unit. That was a G unit. All right, hold up. Polly, set the valley up. I'll show these fools. I'll show these fools. Now, when I dueled Polly up in the valley,
I am overburdened.
I was constantly looking for the groin hits. Alright, constantly looking for them. But it was a fairly easy one. Some people say the groin hits are really cheap. But you gotta go for them. Go unit. I don't know how he's getting all these auto locks, but I think he's cheating. Because obviously, you don't beat the top Necro that easily. Alright? There's only one explanation there. Alright, there's only one. It's the only one I can think of anyway. Alright. So Polly is out there. Polly is out Chia in the Valley of Snakes. We gotta go find him.
I can't.
We're gonna find him. We're gonna hunt him down. Tonight's forecast, a freeze is coming. Yeah, I just forgot my potions. I didn't load up the potions. You go to Kara and get these things, they're called thawing potions. You can get them, and they do a lot of stuff. They allow you to have cold resistance when you're not wearing any gear to it. Right? They're I didn't hear no bell. I didn't see no rules against that. I didn't look, but all right. So, there's been a lot of questions out there about how to beat Polytheus in the Valley of Snakes. And, I'm just gonna show everybody real quick. I know some of y'all are sitting there thinking I'm joking right now. Alright? Some of y'all are like, wow, he's just memeing on it. Alright? No.
How may I help you?
No, actually, rarely lost. But that is indeed, because this guy right here, you are looking at who most would consider fucking, by a lot of definitions, best Necro in the world. At least
one person has said that on the internet. So, if we can take anything from Reddit, that must be true. All right, here we go. Oh, I gotta put my Sunder on. One sec, actually, I gotta put my Sunder on. We gotta go full ass Sunder. I don't even have my setup. Oh, I don't even have it. Never mind. I put it on some dumb character, probably. So I got my fire boots. Nope, I ain't got no fire boots. I need to get some PvP gear. Alright, I don't have my fire boots, but that's okay. I'm gonna put these on. No, I can't put those on because I need the strength. Oh, fuck it. We're just gonna do it. I don't have my fire boots, but that's okay. I don't have my fire boots on. Paulie's backing off. He's probably low. He's probably low. I'm gonna go get some mana.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh yeah, he's low. Coming for that ass, Paulie. Coming for that ass. Coming for that ass. He's gonna be right about here. He's gonna come in right about here. I can predicted she. Predicted fucking I told you, dude. It's so fucking... It's so easy. God, who's where Gate is at? Tell him take some notes. Where Gate is ass at? I didn't even have my fire boots on. He was trying. That he was turning that into a real duel. We had a real duel going on there. That was a real duel. There was nothing fake about that real duel right there. If I had my fire boots, I could do some shit too. That was fun and stressful. Yeah, dude, I actually like this. I think it doesn't really change the duel. It just makes it different. Makes it a little faster. I'm gonna put some pots out here.
Hello.
Pooling. Yeah, I think the big difference in the way that me and Gators played that though is I think I could count on one hand the amount of spirits I threw there. It's just a useless skill. Useless skill in that arena. It's never gonna land.
Greetings.
And look at this, we even have a little bit of added protection here, gotta say. Oh, bone armor overwrites this? I didn't know that it sits on the same layer as psychic ward. That's really interesting to know, I gotta say. That's a really interesting thing that I did not know. But now, it's time to break the game. Alright.
I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore.
Real duels is what it comes down to. think he's actually really low, but we're both kind of low. Oh, we almost had him. Yes, he says. I bet he was super low. I bet he was super low. Well, we almost came back. We almost came back.
I can't carry anymore.
We took some big hits early on, which wasn't ideal because I didn't have my fire boots. One more for all marbles. Real duel. All marbles on the line. That's basically the HLD title. I mean, basically, if we can consider it a marble, you know. Yeah, real street magic, basically the entire, I mean, everything, you know. Pink slips.
Hello.
Oh yeah, and by the way, this is the hidden skill training from The Legend of Zelda. That's what it is. This one's called the Dragon Roost Island. This shit's a banger. You can really bump this. I bumped this in my car.
How may I help you?
Good day.
Duels with no teleport are extremely gay. Yeah, they're like Diablo 4 duels, but slower. Can offer 20 jaw and tradery for the 100 ED bone break. I think it can be worth more. Interesting. Yeah, like I said, that was a random guess. Yeah, I haven't actually checked in a while. All right, here we go. All the marboles. Yeah, jam it. Oh shit, I was reading chat. Polytheist always gets me at the mana pool and when I'm reading chat. Do-over was chatting. Do-over.
Good day.
That was... I'm blaming that one on Surely Serious. All right, go, bro. All the marbles. So basically, I'm the champion after this. I'm trying to predict in she. Trying to be predicting she. All right, well, if there was one more marble on the line, I'd have had it. Oh, I didn't even have a TP up. Damn. All right. Double or nothing. If I had my Sunder Charm on, I'd have had that. I was just missing my Sunder Charm, which I don't even know where that went. Actually, one sec. I'm gonna go get my Sunder Charm. I'm gonna go get me my Sunder Charm. All right, Paulie's fucked now. You know what? I'm gonna get me my Sunder Charm. And I'm gonna get me my fire boots. I don't know what happened to my fire boots, but I'm gonna find them fucking things. Oh, they're right here. All right, here we go. All right, now we're taking it serious. All right. No more going easy on you, Paulie. No more going easy. No more Mr. Easy, nice guy. No more easy, Coooley, nice guy. All right, now get ready to take some notes. Yeah, it's actually usually a lot slower than that. Yeah, it's usually, it takes place in the blood more. And then that's really bad, dude. Just a bunch of spam.
Tell me your trouble.
Takes a long time.
Welcome to my shop.
Good evening.
All right, one more should do. I'm gonna just fill up this belt here.
Hello.
All right, and we've got plenty of stacked fire res. We looking clean.
This is a really stupid place to duel. I don't know whose idea it ever was to duel in this fucking area. Who ever thought this was a good fucking area to duel in which to duel?
It is an honor to serve you.
That...
Not in town.
Alright, well, you know what I say? I say we get over there. We need to go check this person for hacks, and I know just the way to do it. I know just the fucking way to do it. Alright, boys. Let's jam it. I think I know what to do. Oh shit, is that the one? Oh, we got him. Yeah. As I was saying, I think Gators was right. That was, you know, I think, what I was trying to say earlier was that, yeah, what a shit fucking place to duel. God damn. All right, let's go check this guy out for hacks. Let's get the fook up out of here. What do you say, boys? Hey, in all seriousness, thank you guys so much for joining me here tonight, man. It's been fun getting my ass kicked here for the last 20 minutes. Ah! Boys, don't worry, we will be back next week for another episode. Hell yeah. Thank you guys so much for being here with me, man. Means a lot. All right, we gotta send this raid in like 5 seconds. Shit. Noob Strimmer here. My first time, guys. Don't worry, I'll get better. See you next week.